Oh. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? It's been a hot minute. 14 days or something like that, to be exact. Took a little summer vacation moment. Though, not really, because we also, last week, was it? Not this weekend, but last weekend, we had done the challenge watch through, little compilation for the first review event. That was super fun. Hello, Himanshu, Annie, glad to see ya. QWERTY, Cam DP says, hey, how are you? Doing good. Needed a week off, that's for sure, but this one's gonna be a really good one, I think. Colors are looking sexy. Got some good music for it. It should be fantastic. What's up, Ahmed? Glad to see ya. Welcome in, everybody. We got 9 scenes today. M said, he says, hi stream. Wow, it felt shorter than that. I'm glad. Because I'll probably have to take next week off too, but it's fine. Next week I'm actually going on vacation though, so that'll be nice. That is a very rare thing for me. What's up, Realism, Sir Blue, Soleil, and Astro? Glad to see ya. Welcome, welcome. Alrighty, shall we jump into some storyboarding, or generally explaining what's happening for each of these? Alright, so I guess first we should listen to the music. There we go. Hope After Effects is showing up. Yep, we're good. Alright, here's our audio. So sorry for not warning everyone how loud that was going to be. To be honest, I forgot myself. But glad to see everybody. It's kind of Stranger Things vibes, I think. It's a little synth-wavy. It's a little slower paced than what we're usually working with too, but it's pretty dramatic, so I think we'll be able to still have some pretty cool transitions and things. But anyway, very, very impactful track. 9 scenes coming out of that one. Word of the week is intuition. Trying to just jump through each scene, whatever animation came to mind. I was like, sure, all right, let's try this out. So first of all, we're gonna have an orb jumping into the air. It's originally gonna be black on a colored background, like the background is lighting it, and the background's so bright that you can't see any detail on the orb. And then the orb is going to have a bunch of colors in it, and we're gonna switch to a black background. These colors are gonna be like swirling around inside of the orb, and then we're going to rotate in the opposite direction while the ball is like scaling down to explode, essentially. And that explosion happens. So we've got this spiky big black star in the center with a spiral grid of like faux 3D cylinders around it. There's another beat that happens, so that grid of shapes is going to be disrupted and sort of like just break the grid up, essentially. It's just going to pop each little piece out, and they're all going to swirl back in towards the center, like they're being pulled by gravity into it. And then we are going to be zooming into that sort of black hole ourselves at the same time. And we're going to transition to 3 balls bouncing off of walls as they zoom down this tunnel that we'll cut to. We're going to speed up at the end to blast through the end of the tunnel. And then we're going to cut to this like side view, like watching a rocket launch, where we're going to see the balls flying through these shards, like it broke through the tunnel. And now we're in this like outside space. The balls are going to go straight up and trails following them, and then they're all going to fall back to the ground. Then we're going to have, this scene gets really complicated. The ground's going to cut to being this like fake 3D spiraling rectangle thing that's going to be sent up into the air. A ball is going to keep bouncing on top of it, causing it to continue like rotating inside of itself. Then we're going to have a perspective shift happen where it's like we're looking at this side of this this block, and then we're going to be able to see that rotate, causing a bunch of like segments to appear and the ball to fall into one of the segments. Then what else? Everything slings back to the right. And from there, we're going to cut to a spiral going around a cone with a bunch of just little accent elements in the background. This ball is going to zip up the spiral and bounce on top. I wish that there was autocorrect in Illustrator. I think that these little motion descriptions are where they have the most typos. But anyway, then we're going to cut to an array of chests embedded in little rooms. The middle chest is going to close as the previous scene is like this ball on top of this cone that's sliding down. We're going to use that to match cut to this like treasure chest closing. All other treasure chests are open and sending light off into their little rooms, and then the other chests are going to close on a beat and slide left, then right off the screen. And then we're going to cut to a ball ricocheting off of multiple buttons around the scene, causing flashes on like the edges of the screen that it's close to. The ball is going to fall into a central circle or ellipse with a line through it, and then a faint glow is going to pulse within that circle that it fell into. And then that's actually going to reveal as it opens that it was an eye, and like the pupil's going to be completely dark, but then where the whites of the eye are going to be like all of these swirling gradients and things that we're then going to zoom into and cut to our word for the week. So voila, we've got quite the work cut out for us. It's going to be a bit of a doozy. Some of these scenes are going to be pretty tricky, but we'll just chug along and see how far we can get. Let me turn the music back on now. Soleil says namaste from India. Glad to see you. Hassan says hi from Pakistan. Welcome, welcome. Ahmed says wow. T-Len says so. How's it going, man? Congratulations on the win once again. All of the winners for the first review challenge. That was a real tough decision to have to make, but all the submissions were just so good. It was really awesome to be able to see. I think we got like 35 people individually making different pieces. It was just a really humbling experience. I definitely recommend going back and watching that stream at some point. You'll see me, Noah, Alex, and Ronell all critiquing everybody's pieces and giving feedback and those sorts of things. It's really cool. And good news is the next event is going to be announced sometime this week, so be on the lookout. It's going to be different from the last one, but we've definitely taken your feedback and made some improvements, and I think it'll be all around a better experience for everybody, even more than the last one was. But anyway, Shani says, hey, welcome, welcome. Gustavo says 80s, that's right. Clover says, hey, Austin, how are you? I'm doing well. Glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's start getting some compositions down, shall we? Here we go. Let me lock down these two background things. All right, orb jumps into the air. Originally black on a colored background, changes to orb with tons of colors in it. Color spin opposite direction of ball, scales down to implode. All right, so easy enough to make like just a ball that's black. So I'll do the version after it gets all these swirling colors inside of it. So I'm gonna need something to work as a mat to hold all of our swirling gradients. So I'll just have that green ball there. We'll ignore that for now. And then let's get some outlined shapes in here, shall we? We're gonna make everything like 2 pixels or something for strokes. We'll see. Excuse me. All right. Way I'm gonna make these swirls is just by making a couple blobs of these different colors. Let's do. There's one. There's a blob. That's fun. And then I'll just sort of lay these on top so I can see what that looks like. Grab another one of these. Let's have it be larger on this side and then come over. Okay. And I think I'll add gradients to these, but for now, they'll just be hanging. We'll have a couple inside of here that are just circles. Will just be like kind of lines pushing through. Each of those will be like a 4-point stroke or something. And we'll change the colors of each of those. I'll probably just put one on top for now and then duplicate that if I need to. Let's see. Soul AE says a question. What's the scope of motion design? Is it really fruitful? I mean, there's a billion different directions you can go in with it if that's what you're asking. There's 3D motion design, there's 2D, there's cell animation, there's creative direction. I mean, there's a million different things you can do with it. But in terms of like use cases, I mean, companies use it for advertising. It's used for entertainment and movies and those sorts of things, documentaries, all sorts of different things. And then in terms of the actual like financials and all of that stuff, I would definitely say it's really fruitful. I think there's a pretty solid amount of money in it, especially since it's especially in advertising. I mean, you're helping to make money for other people, so I mean, the pay for that's usually pretty good per project. But I would say it's definitely more so than just standard graphic design, because motion design is a little bit more niched. And I think it's super helpful to have a graphic design background and then go into motion design. But in terms of like the actual business opportunity, I think there's way more competition in graphic design than there is in motion design. So motion design seems to me where it's more like all of these companies are out there and they all want different animation work, but there's like not enough people to service the amount of work. Whereas graphic design, it feels like the opposite. It feels like there's a million graphic designers out there, and sure, there's a lot of work too, but like the level of high paying jobs and those sorts of things are not nearly as bountiful, I guess. Astro says, hey Austin, do you like playing games? I do. I don't have very much time to do so these days, but no, and I play some games every once in a while. I grew up playing Nintendo 64, and then I got a Wii, and eventually got like a PS4 once I was like 15 or 16. But I've always liked playing on PC more than anything. Tom says, can't wait for the prompts. Me too. No, and I have to figure them out. That's why it's not out yet. Cordy says, 12 a.m., so it's time to sleep because work. Have a fun stream. Appreciate you stopping by. Have a lovely evening. Astro says, do you mind if someone copies your style, not 100%, but your workflow and choices on glow and cuts, which can lead to similar results? No, not at all. I'd actually encourage, I mean, there's lots of people that are learning from these streams and those sorts of things. So I have no qualms with people sort of taking the style and making it their own. After Effect says, hi bro, you are doing really cool things. I will definitely return to recording, and now Cinema 4D is waiting for me. Well, enjoy. Cinema 4D is a beast. Soul says, thank you for the answer. Yeah, no problem. All right, let's keep going with this, shall we? I'm just gonna grab this gradient that's already in here. I don't want any of these like super dark colors in here, or the super light colors. Something like that, and then same thing on this one, but we'll go in the opposite direction. Okay. And then let's grab just another circle to put in there. And we'll do a radial gradient on this one. We need to reverse the order of the colors. And then do something like this. It's looking pretty interesting. Move this to like behind this one. And then maybe what I'll end up doing is just taking this exact same thing. I'll group all that and then copy paste it and reflect it and rotate it. And then make it like half the size. I can't do that. What if I do like this? What does this all look like right now if I were to clipping mask it? Cool. Well, those are swirling around inside of there. Maybe we have some other like little bits of just the pure color in it. Now that I know what that actually looks like. Let's grab a circle here. We'll make that the yellow. Another one over here. It'll be the blue. Another one back here will be the pink. We'll vary the size a little bit. And do like another pass of those. But like rotate a little bit. Maybe one of them is the white color. Cool. And then what else do I want in here? I can see this in my head, but I'm just not quite sure what I want to do with it. I think I'll grab some that are like just crescents. We'll go from like here to here, out to here, and then back. And each of these will be not the full gradient, but one of the gradients that are in this thing. All right. And then I see questions in the chat, but I will get to them in just a bit. I want to make sure I get through a couple frames first. All right, that's good. Get that back there. Another one of these rotated around the center. And that one will be like over here. And it'll be just these dark colors. Cool. Now that should look pretty interesting when I drag all that stuff in there. Everything except for that ring. That's pretty cool looking. And then we'll just have some other versions of this like ring that's inside of there, I think. Cool. Well, I am happy with that. We can keep all those there. Now I need to figure out how to make this spiral grid thing. Tom says, what are we listening to today? We are listening to synthwave non-copyright music. Because I feel like it matches the sound a bit more than the lo-fi. And Osama says, hey Austin, would you recommend logo animation for someone who is starting out? If so, is it profitable? That depends on how you sell it and who you're selling it to. But I don't know. I feel like it's definitely a good thing to start with. We had Ronell doing some like smaller exercises and things. But I will also say I would focus on putting the things out there that you want people to come to you for to buy, even if you're not like fantastic at it yet. Like you very well might want to do logo animations and have that be your thing, and that's totally cool. But if there's something else that you think you want to like work your way up to, so to speak, I would just start by trying to make whatever version of that you can now, and then start putting that out, even if it's not like fantastic compared to like your competition or anything like that. There's people who won't know about your competition or wouldn't have seen their work or anything like that. So you want to make sure that you're always putting the stuff out there that you want people to come to you for. Otherwise, you end up just making things just because other people want them and not because it's the thing you actually want to be doing, you know? M. Sam says, hey, Austin, good to see you. Glad to see you as well. Welcome, welcome. Let's get back into it, shall we? All right. Black star in the center. I swear I fixed this typo earlier. Spiral. Good. All right. Let me see what I want to do here. I need to see Blender mixing from top down. I need an image for this. No, that's not what I want. I can see exactly what I'm looking for. It's like that top-down shot of a blender, and you can like see the curves of the liquid going down into the funnel in the center. But I can't find an image of that, even though I know I've seen it a million times. But whatever. I feel like I have a generally good idea. All right, we need our star in the center. So I'm gonna make that with the pucker and bloat options here in the distort and transform. And we'll say pucker like a pretty solid amount. That sounds good. And then I'll expand the appearance, bring it down so it's not so huge. And then we'll tilt it like 15 degrees or so. I'm gonna have it white just for now, so I don't, so that I actually can see it as a reference point. All right, let's see. Let's make a couple spirals, shall we? Or let's make one and then just duplicate it a couple times. So let's go like from here out to here. And then maybe like up this way and back down. Okay, and as long as that's underneath there, we should be good. And then I'll take the same gradient that I had earlier on this thing. It'll be white from the center, I think. I'll have the white be pretty minimal there. And then bring this up, push that a little bit. I want a bit more of these like pinks and yellows to come through. All right, and then what does this look like if I rotate it a couple times and make copies? Whoops, that is not what I wanted. Cool. And then I'll just change the, what am I looking for here? Actually, I mean, it looks kind of cool to have it be a white star instead. Though that doesn't really help with our other things I wanted to have happen. Let me go back and add some things to this guy here. Astro says, how are you using the green circle mat in the first artboard? I mean the shortcut you're using. Oh yeah, I forget that you can't see like windows and stuff that pop up. So I'm selecting my group first, then I hold down Shift and click the circle as well, then right click and say make clipping mask, and it will bring everything inside of that shape. Rashab says, when did you announce the challenge? If you're talking about the second one, it hasn't been announced yet. Word on that will be coming out this week. And the Hansla63 says, how to get creative with animating social media posts. I don't know. It's kind of a broad question. If you're like just trying to come up with some sort of inspiration or idea to animate, it can be helpful to have a friend make a fake brief for you. I've found that to be useful. What else? Giving yourself a time limit can be super useful as well. Like saying that I have an hour to come up with an idea is usually what helps me come up with the ideas for these. And yeah. I mean, just putting more restrictions on yourself, essentially, whether it's somebody else giving you a brief that creates those restrictions for you, or you yourself coming up with like a time limit or something, or like other rules that you have to follow, is an easier way to like give yourself a starting point. Rashab says, I meant the first challenge. We announced it probably, well, actually, I don't even remember. Do you remember when we announced the first challenge? Do you remember when we announced it? I don't remember either. It was probably like 3-4 weeks ago-ish. Nah, it's got to be like 3 weeks ago that we announced the last one. But I can't quite remember. Tom says I use a shortcut for clipping mask. I think it's Command 7. Big time saver. I did not know that. All right, lots of people saying that the black looks really cool. All right, well, we'll try that out once I get some other things going on this. I want to add some lines here, and I guess I'll do those in black as well. That'd probably look pretty cool. Make just some little curved lines that go across this thing to help give us some perspective. We'll have some like pretty tight together ones here, and then they'll start moving like further and further out. Now this one's got to be larger. And then I'll do some that are like straight down there as well. And then maybe they like come back closer together towards the top. That's I'll actually have to do some math to make sure that these look right, but that's all right. Let's remove the color palette for now. Have this be a little bit more centered with that. And then let's do another line all the way through. So that way I can make little sections. All right, that looks fine. And then if I put this back in the center and over top. Alrighty. Let me get a reference for a perspective grid. Grid on curved surface. Is there one that I can use? Let me try this again. Okay. I need to just ignore the outside of this for a second. It'll be like curved to the center here, and then we'll need to like rotate these along some sort of imaginary bounds to get it looking right. We'll use the star for that. All right, and then where's the center of the star here? We'll move these like 15 degrees. That actually worked pretty well, I would say. Cool. And none of them are too short or anything. That's nice. Okay, and then we need some that are going through here. So let's do like this one. Goes from, let's use the curvature tool. Goes from there to there, down to there, whoops, down to there. And then we need one more that goes from that same point, but now it's like halfway in between there and then back down again. Cool. I'm liking how that looks. And then all I need to do is just grab all these lines, deselect the stuff that I don't need, and then see what this looks like as a clipping mask. Cool. Bring this back to the center. Rishab says, was the challenge announced on an Animating Loop live stream or a chatting design live stream? Excuse me. I believe it was on one of the animation live streams, but also it was announced on Instagram and Twitter and in the Discord and like everywhere else imaginable too. All right, and then let's grab this. Whoops, I need to group these things just for a second to make sure they all look right. We'll do 30 degrees. And then I wanted to do something with this. Oh yeah, I wanted it to be the opposite way. Or it was like all of them are underneath that. And then also go in here and reverse the direction of the gradient. Ooh, yeah, that's gonna look interesting. Okay, now I can delete all of these other ones. Whoops. not that one though. All right, and then I take this and I do every 60. And grab this one and do the same. That's pretty cool looking. Except I need to make sure that the ordering is consistent. So let's do this one, and then this one, and this one. Oop, the star is gonna get lost if we're not careful. And then that one. I think that works. And bring that to the front and make it the black. That's pretty cool looking, I would say. What happens if I have one of the, like a copy of one of these and then bring it slightly scaled inside? Like that. That's pretty cool. Okay, basically all of that was just so that I could test to make sure that this looks all right. And then what I'll end up doing is probably making, like, I'll just have these two versions and then I'll animate each of them in After Effects and then just duplicate those. So I don't have to animate it like 50 times. But that should work fine. All right. Anyway, what I also wanted to do was include some of our... I want to take some of the stuff from Metamorphosis and those sorts of videos that I was making, where it's more like the outline stuff, and then mix it here. So I want to make some like fake 3D cylinders, like inside of each of these sections of this grid. So that means I need, let's start with like this one, for example. It can be like, there's the top of it, and then, actually wait, it would be more of an ellipse, wouldn't it? Let's do like half the size. And then we've got a rectangle on the bottom. That can go to like there. And then we'll curve this thing. We'll bring this down and then round it. Except I think the corners need to be rounded a tiny bit as well. Not that much though. Let's do like that amount. And then I think at this point all we gotta do is rotate it, kinda. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. But I think I'll need some sort of like glow up from the bottom of this thing. So let's do that and try it out. Let's give it a gradient. It comes up from the bottom. And then we'll just do whatever the like closest color is on the bottom. Cool. And then maybe this is a dark stroke as well. Ooh, that looks kind of fun. And then maybe we'll make it a little bit skinnier this way. But it doesn't look quite right. But it'll have to do, we must move on. Get that one positioned like there. of these. Actually, wait, I could totally do this in a much smarter way. That would be a good idea. Like, those are the ones that are closer, and then we'll do one that's like pretty far away and small, but it like comes off the edge a little bit. And then we can group these. I'll bring the star over here, and then we'll do this. Does this work if I do like 10 degrees? Oh, no, it does not. Okay. I might have to do it one by one here. Okay, never mind. I can't do it that way. That's fine though. I'll do it like every other one has one of these. And then another one up here. And I guess this would have to go in front of that, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay, then that should be all the ones that we need. Oh, so should I do it like this then? So it's more offset? Let's try that. Another one over here. And essentially what I'm going to do is just like take this circle and slide it up on each of these. Which means that realistically I should probably just have one of them here and then I can duplicate it a bunch of times and then pre-comp that whole thing. But I need to make sure it looks right first before I do that. Trying to give it some like 3D perspective here. This one goes here, except it would be larger now. Maybe like that big. And we'll have one more over here. Cool. That's looking pretty dope, I would say. Bunch of these little doodads that'll pop up and make some cool things happen. That is the technical term, by the way, cool doodads. In case anyone was wondering. All right, let me fix the color on these, and then this one as well. And then these would have to be that darker color. Cool. That looks pretty great. And then what does it look like if we've got that duplicated? See, that's the problem now, is I gotta grab each of these again and then do a rotation onto this guy. 30 degrees. But at least now it works with the grid that we put on there. It's just that the colors don't work. Oh, that's gonna look so confusing and strange, but I'm here for it. We'll fix the colors. This one's a blue. This one's more of a pink. And we've got like 3 yellows. on these guys. All right, let me get this like radial thing going on and then I'll answer questions. All right, so we got this one is going to be, well, first of all, we should probably make sure that both of these are on top. Then I'll grab this and say that it rotates every 60 degrees. Okay, and then this one will be every 60 as well. Whoops. And then, oh jeez, this looks crazy. Okay, we need this one, and then this one comes up, and then this one comes up. And so on, and so on. Oop, these are gonna get lost. That looks crazy. That looks insane. I might have too many of them on there. Maybe only one of them has the pillars on it or something. That'll probably take some testing in After Effects to actually determine which one works well. But for now, we'll just leave those there. And I'll get some questions in the chat squared away and move on to the next ones. All right. The Hansla says, by the way, anytime soon you guys are opening any sort of internships for newcomers like me, we don't have any open at the moment and don't have any plans to right now. But if that changes, that'll be announced for sure. Krishna says hello, welcome, welcome. Teelan says that's awesome. I agree. I think it's gonna be a super cool looking scene. Spectral says, hey, I would like to ask what's a necessary skill set to start freelancing on Fiverr, etc. I don't really know. I never used Fiverr, but it seems like you can get anything on there, from logo design to motion design to whatever, really. So I don't know. I would take a look at whatever categories you're interested in and then start looking around the sort of work that people are posting in there to see what the other offerings are like. Samir says, how do you really focus and make your life the thing that you must value, which is animation? I know this is deep, but your answer can change my career. I don't know. Honestly, it's a lot of people that I know, especially in motion design, have told me that like they watched cartoons as a kid and they like knew they wanted to be an animator, and that definitely wasn't the case for me. Anytime I'd watch cartoons, I was never really like picking up on the skill of the animation or like how good the animation was per se. It was always more about the story for me. But anyway, I probably would have been an engineer or something if I didn't sort of fall into design. I only got into design because I had like a Minecraft YouTube channel at the time when I was a lot younger, and I needed to make a channel banner for myself. And obviously at that age, I was like 12. I didn't have a credit card to pay somebody else to make it for me. So I opened GIMP and learned how to do it, and then eventually started realizing like, oh, I can start selling this to other people, and it just was like good business to me, really, and it was interesting. But what I will say is that I didn't realize it until a little while ago, because I've been getting this question a bit about like what got me started or interested in animation. I was always really jealous while I was doing the like standard graphic design of banners and profile pictures and those sorts of things, of the people who could make YouTube intros. Like I'm talking like the really obnoxious, like flashy, in your face, bass boosted, like Call of Duty edit highlight type intros with like the weird 3D and like the crazy bloom and effects and stuff all over it. I was always really jealous of people who could make that sort of stuff. So I started doing some frame by frame just to see where I could get. And I really think that my interest in those sorts of intros and motion design that's like quick and snappy and those sorts of things really all came from watching like YouTuber intros back in the day. But now I just find it super interesting. Like I can't go and make just like a brand for somebody anymore without wanting to do motion for them, especially because more people are, I mean, everybody's got a phone now. They're always looking at videos and things on Instagram. And so it just makes a lot more sense to be making video content than just like static images at this point, especially with how social media sites are now. That sort of content just is not getting pushed at all. So if I'm trying to help a business out, this is going to be the way to do it, to make sure it gets in front of people. And also it's just really cool to be able to have like more integrated storytelling in whatever designs I'm making by doing motion. It's just lots and lots of different options. And part of the thing, like I was saying earlier, where it's not nearly as saturated of a market as graphic design. There's far less people doing it, in my opinion, or especially that are doing it well. But anyway, Tyson says, "Hey dude, I'm quite alright at animating, but I don't really have any grasp on Illustrator or Photoshop. I know it's bad. Where should I start to learn? A class like on Udemy or something similar?" I'm not sure, honestly, because I haven't taken any courses from there, but I will say that I primarily was learning through just experimenting. Like I'd find a logo or something online and try to recreate it using Illustrator. At the time I was using GIMP primarily, and then I don't know, those sorts of tools just started to transfer over once I started using the Adobe products. But there's plenty of good tutorials online. I would probably recommend YouTube before a Udemy tutorial. I'm sure, or course, I'm sure there's a million different tutorial courses that are like intro to Illustrator and those sorts of things at this point. But I'm sure courses would be helpful as well. I just don't have like a concrete resource for you, unfortunately. Teelan says, "All right, got some sleep to catch up. Have a nice time." You too, man. Have a good evening. Brian says, "What's your process like for writing up a scene to storyboard? Is it based on things you already saw, or perhaps real life things, etc.? And hello, everybody." It depends. I'm going through different phases of the loops now. So for a while, before I started streaming them, I mean, even still, some of while I was streaming. Anyway, there was a point where a lot of it was based on like whatever my experience was that week or what I was thinking about and those sorts of things, and the emotions I was feeling, and coming up with a word for that would help me come up with different scenes that would represent those things. But nowadays, I don't know, I'd more so just have different visuals that I want to try that I've probably tried before, but I'm really trying to refine like just my motion in general. So it's more driven by that, I think. And at the same time, I would say, what else? It's definitely based a lot on, that's not gonna work. At the same time, it's definitely based also on just looking at a lot of content in the motion industry. And sorry, hold on. Good. Okay. Anyway, I'm always looking at different pieces of motion design and those sorts of things. So I'm just always trying to find different ways that I can take a scene from something and then mix it with something else, or whatever. Okay, hold on. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Alrighty. let's get back into it in just a second. But yeah, it's a bunch of different places for inspiration. The real life things are like the experiences and things that I'm having with the words that I'll come up with, and otherwise there's cool videos that I've seen that other studios or other designers have made, and then taking like a scene from something and a scene from something else and being like, can I use those two techniques to make something different, and that sort of stuff. Let's see. Tom says, I'm going to start live streaming my motion designer YouTube as well. Are you using OBS to stream? I am. And just OBS Studio. I'm not using Streamlabs or any of that sort of stuff. Nick Graphics says, wait, no way, same. I think that was about starting out like making YouTube intros and those sorts of things. And Astro says, lost into thoughts. All right. Let's move on. 3 balls bouncing off of walls as they zoom down a tunnel. Speed up at end to blast through end of tunnel. All right, we need a couple different things here. I need the end of the tunnel, which will have be this little square, and it'll be fully white. Mahmoud says, hey, glad to see you, man. Welcome, welcome. Thanks again for your contest entry. That was super, super cool. It was just really cool to be able to critique and review everybody's different pieces. I think you guys are gonna like the next challenge quite a lot. I'm a little jealous that we can't enter it ourselves, but we'll see what other people come up with. All right, let's do just white lines. Emma Abba says, hey Austin, hello, welcome, welcome. All right, let's grab that color and then we'll do all the way to each edge. I'm gonna do something kind of like what I did in that video where I've got like the ball that's like tapping between the 2 different sides here, except instead I'm gonna have like the tunnel rotate at the same time, I think. But anyway, we'll see how that goes. In order to do that though, I'm gonna need to make some perspective lines here, and then we'll just continue moving these down. And then I'll just need to loop this animation until we like zoom into the end of the tunnel. And then one more that's like over here. All right, does that work or does it need to be, I think there needs to be more towards the end here. Oops, that one is too tall. I think that works. And then maybe remove this one here. Something like that. I think the lines are all too thick though. I'll do 1 point stroke on everything, I think. I can grab any of these. What's 1 point look like on that? Not bad. And 1 point on that as well. Set that to 1 and set this one to 1 as well. That way we get a little bit more detail. And then that one's gonna need to be 1. All right. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then I'll just need to grab this and duplicate it on most of these sides. or all of these sides, I mean. All right, so we'll do 90. And of course, I'll just have to reduce the width of each of these in order to make it work. Oh, actually, wait, I totally could have just done squares. Oh, but wait, would that have worked with this top bit as well? Let's try it. So if we went... Oh, because they're all different sizes, I can't get it to be the exact shape there. That's okay though. We can continue messing with it. And then grab another one there. Make it that much larger. And then I'll just keep using these as little points of reference. Oh yeah, this will work. This will work totally fine. I'll just have to make sure that these are the right width afterwards. And grab another one. Make sure that it fits with the path. Cool. And one more. This will be way easier to animate than it was going to be otherwise. Because now we can just have one square that keeps coming up, like doing the same animation, and then loop that. And we'll actually make this one a tiny bit smaller. Whew. Okay. And then I think I'll actually take this bit and just have it be across the entire thing. Actually, wait, that doesn't work. Shucks. But I'll take it and move it to the center. Oops. And we'll just delete the rest of these. And... Oops. Okay, I now see the problem that I have made for myself. Copy. That doesn't work either. Rotate that. Oh, I guess I have to reflect it. Okay, and then we'll move that down. That's in the right spot. But now all of these are messed up. That's fine. Reflect those. And move it to that side. There we go. And now I just need to make this smaller. Oh, and I guess it would be to like here. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, cool. And then it's just about making these match that. Needs to be a little bit skinnier to match the new angle that we're using. Cool. Now we're good. That feels a lot better than it did before, I think. And then we need the balls that are going to tap into each of these. Or I guess not really tap. We're just going to be like following them throughout. And then I'll need to figure out some way to be able to grab the space inside of here and make it like change colors or something. But we'll figure that out later. That's an After Effects me problem, not an Illustrator me problem. But I gotta pick up the pace. We're only 3 frames in and I'm an hour into this. Let's rotate that and make it smaller. I'm kind of tempted to put another one of these guys at the end. Let's bring it back to 0 and then scale this down and make it the white fill instead. I mean, that's pretty cool looking. It gives us something that can like rotate along. That'd be nice. Does it get all wonky if I add lines through the top and bottom? Oh yeah, it starts to look like... Oh wait, I guess I can indicate that this is the floor by having like more those things. Except it's gonna be rotating, so that doesn't really help, I guess. But maybe it's just putting the objects in there that fixes it. Alright, we'll grab each of these that'll be zooming around inside of here. Throughout that scene. That's cool. Cut to view of balls flying through shards, going straight up into empty space. Trails follow behind them before they fall back to the ground. Alright, so now we need a ground plane, which will just be that, but we'll add a black fill to it. And make it a little bit larger. Brian says, very interesting to hear your answer. I'm guessing it's similar for colors too then, or that you think of it on the spot. Glad to hear motion design is still not as saturated since I'm learning it now. Yeah, no, it's still a pretty open market. And yeah, it's pretty similar for colors. I mean, I've got like a few sets of color palettes I like using specifically for these loops at this point. So I'm able to like go back and be like, I want to use that blue from that one, and then, you know, I mean, we're on, this would be week 21 or 22 of these, so I've got plenty of reference to choose from at this point. All right, and then we need a space for this to be like broken through. I'm trying to gauge if I want the background of this to be white or not. I kind of want to keep it in the dark the whole time, but I don't know. Don't know. Whoops, I need it to be the full black. Okay. Moving on then. Where do I want, or what do I want this to look like? We've got each of these. They're all up here somewhere. We'll probably make them like half the size that they are now. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull a sneaky trick, is what I'm gonna do. Let's make a trail for this thing to follow as it goes up, shall we? Can't tell where the middle of my comp is though. Oh, there we go. Like around there. And whoops. We'll just start like around here and then go like to here. It'll be wide arcs and then like smaller and smaller until it's basically a straight line. And then what I will do is just have a duplicate version of this that is like, I don't know, what would be like half the size of that thing. Sure, like 12 point. And then I'm going to put trim paths on this thing so that way it follows. It'll look like it's actually a ball, but instead we'll just be having it be set to like, I don't know, have the endpoint be like 1% so that it's just barely filled with a round cap on it. And it'll make it look like it's actually a ball following that path. That should be cool. This is kind of interesting looking. Looks kind of like a 3D situation going on there. All right. And let's move on here. Continue. I'm gonna need other versions of this, so I need to make some other lines. We'll have another one go from like this point over to here, back to here, and then continue moving up-ish. Like, that doesn't really work though. They need to all kind of overlap each other at the end, which I'm not thrilled about, but that's all right. There'll be one more over there, and then move on to pink. Let's copy that one. We'll do another 12-point stroke. And let's do a yellow one. Do we have, what would be another way to move this? Maybe it like comes up through the center and then comes around and it's like, I don't want another one that ends over on this side though, so maybe it's like off this way and then goes like this. That would work probably. Oops, I need another one like down here-ish. And then back over here. And I just need to make sure that I've got each of these grouped. And then later on I'll end up making another version of these that's like the smaller trail behind it is gonna be, what would it be? Like a white trail behind it or something? That'd work fine. All right. Then we need to cut to the ground being a spiraling rectangle sent up into the air. Single ball bounces on top of it, causing it to turn multiple times. Perspective shift happens for square on right side of rectangle. Makes it look like a 3D rotating object. Many new rectangles to segment the original width. Ball falls inside left slot. Everything slings back to the right. Okay, that's fine. And then we should be able to do another set where we've got that thing moving there. Okay, cool. So I need to take this original thing, move it over here, and then I need to give it like a whole other platform on top of this thing. So this will scale down in some capacity, maybe like to this point, and we'll just have everything kind of slide up over here. And how do I want to make this? It's probably going to be something with a gradient, so that way we've got enough like reference points for this thing to be spiraling. Let me show an example of what I'm trying to do here. It's not exactly the same. Like it moves a little bit too much, but I'm trying to do like, kind of like with the pyramids that I've done before, where you take like the bottom point and slide it over. So it looks like it's actually rotating. I'm trying to do that, but where I'll take the first 2 points on the right side of the rectangle and drag those down and off. And then there's a little bit of a delay, and then the left one's dragged down and off, so it looks like it's doing this like corkscrew thing. And so let me move this so you can see my screen now. This section that happens here in this video where it's, I mean, this line, well, that's just a cool transition to begin with. But anyway, you've essentially got this little rotating, it's just a rectangle, but it's like each side is sliding down, except they've also got these curves on it, which look kind of cool. And then there's gonna be a little like end of it that moves over, except I'm gonna do this like long rectangle thing instead. But it should be good. All right. Let's keep going, shall we? What are we on now? Not After Effects. That's a little too hopeful. Okay, so in order to do this, I'm gonna need to use a lot of nulls. That's for sure, to like grab the side points of each thing. But then I'm also gonna need like a stack of these gradientized rectangle things. All right, let's grab this, and then what's it gonna look like? Do I want this thing on here? Probably not. Ah, well, it could be nice to make it like float off. But anyway, let's grab another one of these, and we'll just give it a little outline, I think. St. Andrews says, I use this video as my reference too. It's a good one. I mean, it's got so many little like motion design industry like Easter eggs and puns in there too. It's kind of fun. And then Raymond says, is there a main place you go to watch references, or have to follow the specific people on social media? I mean, Instagram is where I'm seeing most stuff. LinkedIn has a good amount of motion design being posted on it too. Behance is another good place, but Behance I rarely use. Instagram has been my primary place, but I'm not as much as I used to anyway, sitting there like scrolling through looking for motion work. A lot of the times it's just like, if I follow someone at this point, they're, I mean, generally making good work, and I'll just get like cool stuff sent to me that way. What up, Johan? Glad to see you, bro. Welcome, welcome. But anyway, do I want to do like a diagonal thing here? Which one would look more like it's actually rotating? I need to grab a reference. I need another mask here, and then I'm gonna need like multiple versions of this stacked on top of each other. This one goes over top. This one's like over all of it. And then I need to grab the points on each of these. This is gonna be confusing. All right, so like each of these points needs to move down to where they're at the point that the other one was at. So I need to make a line that goes across here. And then, shoot, but I can't have that line be there. I'm gonna accidentally grab it. That's all right. Deselect the line. And then I need this top point to be where this line is. Okay, and then that should look like it's rotating if I go in here. Group them, and then make sure I have the back still aligned how it was supposed to be. Bring this back up here. It's not being very nice though. Okay, so it should work to where like that gets dragged down and then the next one gets dragged down. Maybe it does have to curve a little bit. That's probably why they ended up doing it in that video, because it doesn't work otherwise. What if we do the opposite direction for this? Does that work? Maybe it works better if I have each of them as just like a gradient that goes to one side or the other. I think that's the case, because that already looks like it's kind of curved, even though it's not actually. And then maybe I like animate the start and end position as it's moving. But anyway, all that to say, I'm essentially going to need to just make a bunch of duplicates of this thing. I'll just start like that, and then in the reverse order, and then same thing here, and same thing there. I can't see because of my color palette. Continue moving that, and then I don't even know how many times it's going to rotate. I should probably check this song for reference on that. What is this? Scene 5 at this point? Oh, so sorry. That's probably very loud. There we go. So it would be like bouncing up. It rotates once. So we go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for it to be in the air, and then another like 1, 2, 3, 4 to get down to the ground. So then another boom and bam. So like 2 bounces so far, which means 2 rotations. And then is there one more? What happens next in this thing? Oh, it starts moving over. So at that point, we would just have the ball get like really sent up into the air, and then it would rotate to that thing. Okay. Okay, I see. And then scene 6 is... All right, got it. So it's probably going to bounce like 3 times, which means I need 1, 2... We've got 1 bounce worth here, 1 bounce worth here. I'll just add another one just in case. And if we don't end up using it, we don't end up using it. It's not a big deal. There we go. All right, let's group all of that, including our like reference guy here, and line them all up with our outline and our mask. Cool. And then we just need whatever ball is going to be bouncing on top of it. It'll probably just be a white one, I assume. Whoops. And grab that color. And it'll just sit like up here. And all of that is already... Oh, except I can't have this... I actually can't have that be grouped. Everything else, though, is groupable. Oriolua says, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Austin from Nigeria. Welcome. It's got to be pretty late there, right? It's 4 p.m. here. But welcome. Glad to see you. Raymond says, I love how tidy your plugin section is. I wish that it wouldn't change like the height and width of those panels every time I open up After Effects. It can be kind of annoying. Briam says, we can't see your Illustrator screen. Thank you. I always forget to change it back. It's really unfortunate. All right. Do I want it to be sitting on that same sort of screen for what? That's scene 4 and scene 5. I mean, that's essentially the same thing for like 4 or 5 options. What if I, instead of having it land back on the ground here, it'll actually be like suspended floating in the air, and we'll have like 2 strings that come down and hold it up or something. So I'll need... Ooh, but how does that work with it rotating? I mean, I guess it would still work. We would just need to have... Okay, so I need like 4 lines here that go all the way to the top of the screen with no fill. And then these will just be like little suspenders that hold the thing up when it bounces, so it'll get like locked into place. That'll be cool. I'm fine with that. Beach says, haha, hi, Austin. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see ya. Mooch says, good evening, 10 p.m. for me. Whew. Welcome. I'm hoping it's not going to be too long, but we're almost through the storyboard at less than 2 hours, so we're moving along. Tom says, am I the only person to use Command Y every 30 seconds in Illustrator, or is it just my nervous tick? Command Y for me is... Oh, wow, that looks really cool. It's like a diagram, but that puts me in outline mode. Oh, is it just to make sure like you have things aligned or something? Or why do you, why do you use that so often? I know Noah uses it a good amount, but anyway. We're going to cut to a spiral going around a cone. Time to make a pretty cone. I'm excited. What is the transition from here to here? Swings back to the right. Okay. That makes sense. So what I need to do here is essentially make a pyramid again, but this time we're gonna do... Oh, should I make the sides kind of curved? Or no, it wouldn't look like that. I'm gonna make it the same as this thing. And then I'm gonna go ahead and make a little grid to go inside of this. Would the way to do that be this? I think I have an interesting way that'll make this work. I'm gonna make a full color circle that's going to go from the tip of this thing all the way to the bottom, which looks ridiculous right now. But then what we're going to do is grab a line here, and we'll make it a white stroke. And then I'm going to copy paste it, or wait, I'm going to rotate it. Let's do like 15 degrees. And then just keep that going. And so now what I'll do is grab all of those lines, including this one, and I'm going to say divide, and then ungroup, and then I'm going to make, oh shoot, did it not go far enough? Why are each of these in groups of 3? Okay, let me grab all those again. Oops, I don't want to grab the pyramid though. All right, let's group all of those. Whoops. Deselect that one first, group it, and then we'll make it a little bit larger. That should do it. Why is there one missing from here? And we'll rotate it 15 degrees. Did I mean to do 10? 10 degrees. Negative 10. How did I get this weird gap here? Okay, that was weird. Anyway, now I'm gonna grab all of these and say divide, and then ungroup, and now I've got all of these little segments that I can make different colors. Some of them will be the full black, and then actually probably most of them will be full black, and then we'll have like these two next to each other, and I'll do some gradients on each one, and that way I can have all of these segments be able to rotate masked inside of that bottom pyramid, and it should make it look more like a cone that's rotating, I think, but I don't know for sure, so we'll see. Cindy G says, I'm new here and starting from the beginning way late, but this is awesome. Howdy from Texas. Howdy, I'm from Texas. Vibe when we get a howdy in the chat. Nick says, I'll definitely have to look into getting Overlord. Transferring gradients and transparencies through an Illustrator file import is a nightmare. I agree. It was always super frustrating to basically just not be able to use gradients at all and have them show up as gray. Tom says, yeah, to see objects and grab them inside a group with the white arrow. I feel like X-ray vision is my designer superpower sometimes. That's fun. That is definitely a good reason to use it, I would say. Let's make that one white. That sounds like fun. And then we'll do another one with black, and then I'm just going to keep going. Yellow one there. GC says, hi Austin, as much as I enjoy myself animating, I do enjoy watching someone like you through the process. Thanks for doing this. Of course, happy to. Glad people find it useful. Mooch says, do you have any artists or playlists or something like that where you get your songs for these? I mean, every once in a while we'll go through Artlist, which is the service we use for these songs, and just look through until we can find some that that we like, and then we'll save those for later. But generally, no. Especially for this one, I mean, I kind of ran out of songs that I liked on that playlist, so we're just kind of winging it. This was just one of the first ones that I found. We'll do another blue, and then a yellow, and a black, then a pink. Okay, now if I grab all of these, which has the pyramid on it, so let's do the Control Y moment, shall we? And let's bring this like way over here. Go back in here, group all these, put that back in the center, and then now if we grab one and make it another matte, I'm using a lot of mattes in this video, aren't I? And then we clipping mask that. That should work. Right. We rotate it. Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't look quite as like bowed as I would like, but I would say it works. Cool. Well, that's fun. I'm happy with that. Let me undo the clipping mask there, and then I just need to grab the, or make the spiral, I guess, that's gonna go around it, which means I'll just deal with the clipping mask later. All right, so we need to go from, let's grab a white path, or white stroke, and then let's make a little spiral that goes around here, shall we? We'll start from like over here, move up through here, off this way, and then come back up. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. And then come back up and around. Cool. And then once we're in After Effects, I'll just have to make sure and mask out whichever parts are supposed to be behind it, which would be like this section here and that section there. And then we'll have the ball like shooting up out of there and up onto the top. And let me grab one of these. Bring it back up there. Cool. And then I will just need another one of these with a much thicker stroke on it to be our ball that's going to be flying around it. It's gonna be a cool looking scene. I'm excited for it. All right, this is looking fun so far. Here we go. Priyam says, hi Austin, love your videos. What would be your advice to be good with design? I mean, how do you have a good design sense? Please mention some resources. Anywhere that you can find design is a great resource. Like for me, it was all about taking in as much content as possible, whether it's animation or static graphics or whatever, and then being like, I tend to like more of the stuff that looks like this than the stuff that looks like this one does. And so then I would be able to compare like, okay, what do I actually like about this one and why do I like it compared to like, why do I not like this one so much? And it's just taking the time to look at those things and then reflect on why you feel a certain way about them. To be able to develop your own sort of design sensibilities. I mean, there's more formal ways. Like, I mean, there's all sorts of, there's a book that I like called Logo Modernism. It's a giant orange book that's got logos from like way, way back that are all just like interesting geometric forms and things. And that's a bunch of just really good design right there. Looking around Behance, all of the places where you know that like good design is happening. I shouldn't have given that to him. That sounds like a good slogan they could use, but anyway, any of that sort of stuff, just like taking in as much content as possible, you'll start to learn like people like this thing a lot. Why do they like it? And it's just that sort of deconstruction that helps to have or develop good design sensibilities. So I would definitely start with that. And I mean, I know that's kind of broad. Like you could really start anywhere, but any social media site has a bunch of designers on it now. There's so many different studios out there making awesome work, both in static graphics and motion design, and all of their websites are great places to look for what people consider good in the industry right now. There's probably also some design history, like documentary sort of things on YouTube. And Michael says, do you ever face self-doubt as an artist, and how do you personally deal with it? Often. Big time. Like when I was sitting here trying to make the motion descriptions for this one, I was just listening to the song over and over and over again, and I kept finding myself coming up with things that I'm like, I've already done this in another video, like very, very recently, and then trying to figure out ways to get around that and be like, all right, what's something I can do that would be new, that's like kind of in this realm. So I definitely doubt myself on like, how long can I keep coming up with new ideas in this format and those sorts of things. That happens basically every time I start concepting for these. But getting around it is just being like, I mean, for me at this point in making these loops, a lot of it is just trying to get better and more refined in what I'm doing. So if something is kind of similar that I've done to another or in another loop or something, it's not that big of a deal because I'm going to challenge myself to do better on it this time. And then there's also there's a huge amount of self-doubt when it comes to the business front, because there's so many studios that aren't doing things that are like just shapes and whatever, and they've got cell animators and people who, you know, like character designers and all sorts of people, and they're able to charge like so much more per project and get lots of really big deals and whatever. Not to say it's all sunshine and rainbows for them all the time, but I definitely envy that skill set as someone who's not great with traditional art by any means. Anyway, and so I used to have a lot of doubt around how well I was going to be able to fit into the industry with my very shape-focused agenda here. But then I eventually kind of stopped caring. I mean, social media helped a lot, like being able to post something and get that sort of validation from people about like, yes, this is a good thing that we like, is definitely a nice thing. But even before that, I think I was starting to feel like, well, there's all of these people that are doing these really complex things and are more traditionally illustrative and all of that sort of stuff. And I don't necessarily have to see my ability or my inability to do that as a downside. I think focusing on geometry and looking at things in the way that I do from a more mathematical perspective, if anything, is just like help develop a new sort of genre of motion design for me. Not that I'm like the one who's made it or anything, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of other studios out there that are doing purely shape-focused things a lot of the time. And that's not all that we do either. We have freelancers that help us to be able to execute on projects where we want to do character animation and those sorts of things. But I don't know. I'm finding some solace in realizing that, like, while I might not know everything, I do know this one thing pretty well, and I'm going to push that as far as I can. And then know that, like, if I really needed to, if I needed to character animate or whatever, I could probably figure it out decent enough to make it passable for a project or whatever. And then other time, I mean, there's more like concrete ways to get around that. Like I found it super helpful to just like take a break if I'm worried about not being able to execute my vision that I've got for a project or whatever. I just go take a walk or a drive or whatever, and usually by the time I come back to it, I've got better ideas that I can use to help me get to where I want to be. But I don't know, if you have any more specific questions on that and want me to elaborate, please feel free to ask. I know there's lots of different facets to that, but also know that everybody feels that, so it's a big thing. That's funny. Ravi says, hey, from Sri Lanka. It's 1:30 a.m. here. Welcome. Hope you get some rest at some point. Priyam says, I mean the design decisions you take randomly and so spontaneously, and still it looks great. This comes from a lot of experience, but what design content do you consume to get inspired? I mean, it sounds like I'm a little like arrogant when I say this, but I totally went and made an After Effects file where I put all of the loops that I've made so far back to back. And it turns out to be like 8.5 minutes long or something when you loop each of them once. So before I make these, I usually go back and watch that at least once to be like, just remembering the things that I've made and being able to take from my own stuff that I've made and be like, all right, I'm going to do that again, but in like a new way, or I'm going to do that one, but I'm going to do it better, and then mixing those things. That's made it way easier for me. Being able to reference my own work at this point. And then the reason I'm able to do it quickly, I mean, it does come from a lot of experience. It's just like, all right, I know that I want to do a transition where something goes to the right and then like zips back to the left. And like, I mean, there's just, after consuming so much motion design content, you pick up on like, people will do like a transition or a match cut where they are zooming into something and then the next scene starts by like continuing to zoom in, or like you zoom in and then you zoom out on something, or you move right and you move left. I don't know. There's like all sorts of different scenes where like if you just look at it from the perspective of drawing a line on where the viewer's eye is supposed to follow, or like the general motion of what's happening, it's pretty easy to be like, oh, that combo works well, where you're like doing like a rotation this way while also like scaling out, and then the rotation the other way while zooming in. And I don't know, it's just a lot of different like really boiled down, peeled back like formulas that I can use at this point for different scenes when I'm in a pinch. So if I'm trying to make a loop or something all in one session, and I'm probably gonna try and do like some new things, but it is nice to be able to lean on and balance that with like, all right, I know I've got like this transition in my back pocket and this one and this one and so on. And sort of have my little tool belt that I can use for different movements from scene to scene. Tom says, self-doubt is often what makes you want to be better and grow. Embrace it and use it to your advantage. I struggle with serious doubt every day. Got to push through it. That's absolutely true. And it's just one of those things that we all gotta contend with, you know? But it is nice knowing that everyone else is going through it. Cut to an array of chests embedded in little rooms. Middle chest closes, all others open and send light into their spaces. I think I didn't mean to put and here. Okay, let's just put sending light into their spaces. All right. Other chest close on beat, slides left and right off screen. All right, well, we got 2 more of these to make essentially, and then I need to put some accent elements on the back of this one. I might as well just do that now. Let me make some more lines real quick. Right down the center. That one will be white. Actually, no, we'll have that one be yellow. And then we'll grab another one that's like over here. And we'll just keep that pattern going. Except this time the color will be pink. And this one will be blue. And white. And pink. And yellow. And blue. And all of these will just kind of sit in the background, scrolling around as everything else at the bottom is moving. It should be a nice little interesting thing to have happen in the background, I think. And then, is there anything else that I want to have? I mean, this just gives us a little bit of parallax. I don't know that there's anything else I want to have happen here. This is already scene 6. How long do we have for that one? Yeah, it's only like a little more than a second long, so don't really need a whole lot happening there. It's already going to be spiraling up above this thing. We got that main motion in there. All good. I'm really excited to make this scene. It's going to be super cool. Each Griffey says a way to tackle self-doubt is allowing yourself to make bad motion design. I totally forgot to mention that. That's a very good point. One of the things that helps me with the loops in particular is, I mean, except for when I take a break, which just seems to be happening a lot this month, is that typically I know I'm going to make another one next week anyway. So there's really not that much pressure if one of them turns out kind of bad, because I'm going to get to do it again. And at the end of the day, it's still like whatever I want to make regardless. So it can be helpful to just be like, all right, this scene isn't perfect or whatever, but I really like this other one. So who cares? You know? There's always other opportunities. It doesn't have to be like this perfect thing, like you're never gonna create again or something, you know? All right, let's make these little rooms. I want 3 boxes in here each time. Here's one. Let's get in the center. Make it like this big, slightly rounded. And then I need one over here and one over. Oh, I was hoping it was going to give me distance markers, but it did not want to do that. Move this one over here. All right, and then we'll grab the same thing up here. Maybe these are like slightly smaller or something. I mean, I guess they can be in the same spot. It'll just be like this. All right. And then each of these needs to have a little room inside of it, or not a little room, we already have the room. Each of these is going to have a little chest inside of it. So I need a reference for a treasure chest. Probably going to look more Minecraft-y chest than treasure chest, though. So that's what I'm going to look up. Alright, it's just like it's a square, and then it's like the bottom 2/3 are their own section, and then the top third is its own section, and then there's a little rectangle in the front. All right, that's easy enough. All right. Let's do some ratios here. We are still on Illustrator, right? Everything's showing up okay? Cool. All right, let's make this like 1/4 of the size that it is right now. That's perfect. Okay, and then I'm gonna do what I said earlier. I'm gonna have this one be 2/3 of the height. And then we've got the top third. My smart guides are not cooperating super well today. All right, and then we need a little latch. So I will do the height of this, except it will be, let's do like divide by 10. Cool. And then this will be gradient. And we'll round these top bits. Grab another one of these and have an outline on it. Cool. That's looking fun. Now I need like an alternative of what it's gonna look like when it's open and like casting light into the scene or into these little rooms. So I need to figure that out real quick. Also, it looks a little strange it being like all the way down at the bottom of this. So maybe what I'll do is bring it up to where it's like in the center and it's like on a pedestal or something. Maybe not all the way in the center. Yeah, sure, why not? That looks fine. All right. Which means I should probably make sure I've got that for each of these as well. Why am I doing it like that? Let me delete all these and all these. And then I can use this as a reference so I don't have to guess where to put it. There we go. All right. And then we need to do a an open version. So let me grab the chest, put it over there. We don't need the lock on this one. This will be, oh, I guess a way it could close would just be, it looks like this, or maybe it's like filled up, and then it like slams down, and that's how it closes. That could work. And then we've just got like a little cast coming out of here that goes up to the top corners. I'm really gonna regret making these rounded in a second, but that's all right. That works all right. Okay, and then we need one of these. We'll do a gradient here. Up like this, except we're gonna delete all of those and have it be down here instead. Oh, I guess I could make this the dark purple. I mean, I guess we can have it fade off to black. And then remove that one. Does that work? And then I just need this to be like 75% opacity. I think it should be bright. So does that mean I need... I'm trying to figure out how to show that this is still in front. What if I remove that, but then that just stays there? That should work. Emma says you did not round the corners of the pedestal. I did notice that, and I'm kind of liking the top being rounded, but the bottom not being rounded. I think that looks a little interesting. But now I really need to fix this thing. Okay. And then let's add the purple here. Purple's too bright. That seems to work. And then we could even have that not meet the top edge. That works perfect. Cool. So this will be the version that is in every other one, and then it will have to animate closing shut. I mean, I guess the middle one will too, but anyway. Okay, and then I'm gonna group these. Actually, wait, ungroup it. But group these guys. Cool. And then we'll do, what else? Oh yeah. All the way up to the top, bring this one there. This one goes over here. Cool. And then move these where that section's in the middle. Cool. So this one will shut. I'll make sure that this is like kind of flickery a little bit. It'll make it look like the lighting's more real, I guess. And then is there any like little accent shapes I want to put up top? Because I could seriously just animate one of these and then duplicate it a bunch of times. Maybe it would be helpful to do that. Let's grab some little lines to make pop out once it closes. One like that. Another one. Actually, wait, I'll just grab the same one. Move it over here. Make it a little larger. Little tiny one right there. And maybe one more medium-sized one over at the edge. And then a little tiny circle. Maybe a couple of them. That'll pop up here. That'll be cool. Vin, welcome, welcome. Congrats on the win on the contest, by the way. Much appreciated for participating. Vin's animation was phenomenal. I loved the styling and the gradients and the shading on yours. It was fantastic. Color palette for today's loop is Chef's Kiss. It's a fun one. Oh yeah, I was gonna make these into gradients. I gotta remember to do that. But for now, we won't worry about it. Oh yeah, Priyam says, ever thought of making a 3D animation loop, maybe like 5 seconds? I know it takes a lot of time to make a 3D animation, but any plans on doing it in the future? I had a 3D phase maybe a year and a half ago. And it was fun to get in there and mess with the lighting and materials, but I don't know. It's just not really my thing. I don't find it as enjoyable as 2D. It just takes so much extra work to set up all of the materials and things than the time I would actually spend animating and creating. That like it. I mean, it can be fun sometimes, but I don't know. I do not have the knowledge for it to really be able to answer many questions and that sort of thing like I can with these streams. So maybe I'll do like a 3D element in a loop sometime again, but for now I don't really have any plans to do any 3D loops. Whenever I was messing with 3D, I was making not loops really, but I was making little pieces for Instagram a while ago. There's probably still some on my profile somewhere. I just don't know where they are. Alright, let's fix the colors on these. Blue one there. This little dot will be yellow. And then we'll have a yellow. Actually, okay, that means I'm going to change these around. We'll have this one be yellow and this one be pink. Not quite what I wanted, but that's fine. Cool. They'll all have little shedding animations. That'll be fun. And then what else? I guess I would just animate this once and then have each of these be duplicates of the whole thing, and I'll just like trim the point that this one starts. That should work fine. We'll try that. Have it all be on one shape layer. It'll be a little bit of a challenge, but we'll make it work. I'll just have to like cleverly make things appear and disappear at the right time. Oh, and I think the way it'll close is that the points on the top of this thing will be like pushed towards the center or something. Ven says, I feel like the learning curve for 3D is so steep, but at some point it's probably super fast to crank out a dope looking animation, excluding render time. Oh yeah, I mean, I got to the point where I felt like I was making pretty cool posters and things with it pretty quickly. It just like, there were other things that I wanted to do, and that I reached the next hump on the learning curve, and it just wasn't really gonna be worth it. Thunder? That was really loud. Alright, let's grab this thing. I want to grab each of the shapes that I had over here. But I only have to move one of these over. We'll grab each of those. Oops. Alright, and I'll just have to organize this mess of a shape layer once we get into After Effects. Emma says, is it faster than making 2D animations? I mean, I guess it could be if you were really good at it, but for me, it's absolutely not. I can make something way cooler and more interesting in After Effects a lot faster than I could in Blender. I mean, I guess it feels like it's easier to make things that look engaging in 3D because you've got like dynamic lighting and things that are like naturally reacting without you having to code that not code, but like put that animation in. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really not sure. Let me grab each of the, oh, they're already all, okay, it's already all put together. Done, and then one more. That's it. All right, let's do it. It's time to make this eyeball thing. It should be pretty similar to the thing we had at the beginning. In fact, let me copy that to get all those shapes back. Ooh. Oh, actually, that'll be such a good closer. Why don't I just do that? Except the center this time is going to be just a straight up black dot for the pupil. Which means I need all of this other stuff out of the way. Or like put off in different directions. So I'll duplicate those and then swing that around the center and send it to the back. And then maybe another one of these way back there. This is gonna be so cool looking. Let's see. Tom says 3D is worth it. I convinced my company to get me Cinema 4D, and I spent countless nights adding it to my arsenal. Coming from an After Effects background, I mostly use it for dynamics in my animations. I can see that. I mean, it makes a lot of sense for that sort of stuff. Ven says, which is why artists like Doug Alberts, who can do both 2D and 3D so well, blows my mind. I agree. Ven says, side note, that pink to yellow gradient is so soft and cozy. I love looking at it. That's great. I agree. It's a fun one. I want this one to be in front. Oh, ooh, that looks more interesting. I'm just trying to give it more engaging visuals to work with here. Let's grab another one of these. We'll do like a little outward view, then like that. Just something a little bit more complex. That's still not complex enough. And back to there, and back to there. A little bit more like paint-esque. And then we'll get everything in there except for the dark guy. Very dark color back there. Alright, and then I need... Okay, we'll bring this to the front. Move this over to where it's like there. And then, crap. Let's just, alright, let's just move this one over. It'll be up there. Actually don't like the white being in there very much. We'll have it go behind there. That works fine. I'll reverse the gradient, actually. Do I want to do that? Yeah. Cool. I like that. And then any of these other guys in here. Let's grab a couple more of these, shall we? Just to give it some detail. All right, so this is like our center for the eye. I think that'll look good. I want everything except for this pupil as well as the dots to be grouped. Send that to the back, and then we've got our dots that'll swirl around. Cool. And the pupil. All of that is good. Now we just need a slightly elliptical shape to fit here. So give me that thing. And then I don't want a perfect circle. We're gonna flatten it just a little bit. All right, and then we'll have a line that goes right across the center. Which I guess means that I actually need all of this to be open. I'll grab another one of these, except it'll be a matte as well. And the only job of this thing will be opening the eye like this. And that should work. How does all that look together? Let me bring it all over here. Okay, so we don't want that. And we do want these. Okay, all of that needs to be grouped for this test. And then grab this. Okay. And then we've got this guy behind it. And then we'll have like a little hangover of each of those. That should work. I'll just need like on this mask, I'll also need to have another version that's got a stroke on it. So that way it fits. And like we can actually see the outline. That should work fine. All right, cool. So all of that is there. Now we're going to have this ball that like ricochets off of stuff and hits a couple buttons and then it falls into that thing. We also need like a little pulse of color that's supposed to happen. We'll have to see what happens here. This is getting a little complicated. All right, let's see. We got some things going on in the chat. Beach says looks like the Firefox logo. I can see that. I've tried Cinema 4D just once. It reminded me of the first day I opened up After Effects. Cinema 4D in particular looks extra intimidating over Blender in my opinion. Annie says, for my last loop I was just trying to add gradients to a shape. In Cinema 4D it's just one click. In Blender you have to mess around with nodes. I didn't know that. Node trees don't make a whole lot of sense to me. That's my primary qualm with 3D programs, and modeling as well is not super fun to me so far, but I have basic knowledge of it anyway. Masamba says, greetings from Senegal. Welcome. Nice to be part of your live stream. Well, I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. Ben says, yo, that's an eye. I'm hyped for the end result for this. Tom says, like physics simulations, balls falling onto tables, cubes colliding, a rope dangling, particles, etc. Makes sense. Adnane says, you are a game changer for most motion designers here. Keep going. I appreciate you. We're gonna keep moving. Masamba says, please, it's easy creating and animating at the same times, all scenes, not separately. Could you rephrase that? I'm not quite sure what you mean. All right, here we go. So we're gonna have like a ball that pops out and like, maybe it's down here and it like bounces off a couple things. Kind of hesitant to put another just like ground plane down at the bottom of something, but it might just be what we gotta do here. All right, that's fine. Where's the ball we had in this one? There it is. We're gonna bring it in. It's gonna pop out here, bounce onto one button, and then bounce off another one. It's gonna like send it flying up here and into this. I hope that that works. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. What if instead I do like a... Oh, but I really want it to be able to bounce into some buttons. That sounds super fun. Let's do one that's like, here's a button. It's gonna have a little rectangle on the top, so it looks pretty enticing to tap into, and let's just do like a little color flash or something. And we'll have another little one down here that's slightly wider. That looks more like a button now. That's fun. Oh, Masamba says it means to create scenes in After Effects and then animate. We've done that for a couple of projects. It can be helpful for sure, but for these loops, it's like the types of shapes and things I want to make are going to be way more accurate and easier to make in Illustrator than using like the shape tools and pen tools in After Effects. They're just not quite as robust, I would say. All right, so it's gonna bounce onto this center guy, I guess, which means this should probably float a little bit higher in the air, which is gonna make that bounce even harder to do. Why don't I have like a small ball in the center up here for it to bounce onto? So it'll be like, boom. Let's see, so it's gonna like shoot off, bounce here, and then shoot off, bounce here, then get like smacked up by something. And then maybe like, so it doesn't have to bounce as high up here. We can have it do a little bounce on this thing, making it expand to be this shape. And then we'd be able to, like, I don't know, just not have it go up so far. That would probably be helpful. But that means I need to give it something to bounce off of over here that's going to send it up. Let's do like a little plunger or something that's down in the... There's a little trench over here, and it's sitting down in it. Where's the end of the comp here? Oh, it's like way up there. So that would be like a third of it's taken out or something. And then we'll balance out this comp a little bit. Grab this guy, and then we'll have a little plunger that sits in here. That, oh shoot, wait, I guess we'll need to do like a, goes there, and then there's another piece of it over here. And then that means this thing ends like here. And then I need like something that can pull this down. Oh, that's interesting. Beach says, how about when the ball hits the button, the gravity reverses and the ball hits the eye due to gravity? That would definitely test my physics knowledge of how that would be looking. It would be like a... Oh, that would be so confusing. But it would work. Let's try it, you know? I haven't done that before. I think that'll be a good challenge. Alright, so it would hit this button. Annie says, what font is Intuition? Circular? It is Space Grotesque. You can get it from Google Fonts for free. And then Cindy says, I lived in Raleigh a long time ago. Is there an active design community there these days? I mean, there's people in design for sure. I mean, both Noah, my business partner, and I went to NC State for graphic design and ended up leaving. But I mean, they've got like a bunch of people there for architecture and graphic design and all sorts of stuff. But motion design is still a pretty small thing. There's another motion design studio here called Dash, and then there's a couple production houses that primarily do live action, but might have like an animator or two on staff. But it's not a huge thing like New York or LA or anything like that by any means. But there are so many like big companies moving here now, like Apple's opening a campus, and Meta and IBM has a new thing. Toyota has another factory they're building. It's a whole thing. There's so many people coming here now that it'll probably be a pretty big scene here over the next few years. But anyway, hoping the power doesn't go out, because it seems like there's a pretty fun storm outside right now. But we'll see what happens with that. All right. What would it look like to reverse the gravity on this? So it would be like, oop, and then it like kind of floats there, and then I'd need like some other indication for us to follow for the gravity to like really show that like, oh, the gravity's changing. Like I get it now. Maybe I'll have the ball like bounce once and then bounce here again, and then it does it. So that way we can have like a little arrow down here. Where does this end? There. Let's do an arrow of some sort that we can then make like rotate the other direction. Let's do like that. So it looks like that for now, and then oh, is this not in the right spot? That does not seem like it's lined up with that. It would be pretty cool if I could ever get this to just work properly. but that would be too easy. Let's just make a line then, and rotate that 45, reflect it, and then once these 2 points are on top of each other, which for some reason my smart guides are not telling me, that's basically overlapping. Can we unite those now? Oop. Alright, how about now? Let's join those two pieces. Jeez, man. Wait, why am I being so silly about this? There's a way easier way to make this. Done. I'm silly for that. Okay. We do like that. And then that should work, I would think. I mean, I'll make this a little smaller, but now we've got a little arrow, and we can make it so that it starts off where it's pointing down, and then once the button gets pressed, like everything moves up a tiny bit. Like this ball should also be kind of pushing off something, right? Or is it just stuck there? Like, what is causing it to sit there is what I am wondering. So this ball will bounce, it goes bounce, bounce, and then it will like start floating because this thing will rotate to be in the upward position or something. And he says you gotta upload that arrow thing as a short. Oh, big time. That was some silliness. That I was sitting there. Sitting there trying to make it work perfectly. Like, I know I could have gone in here and like said to add an arrowhead to the end of the path, but Overlord won't move that to After Effects, I don't think, properly, but anyway. Maybe there's a different way I can do this. I wonder if it might be easier, instead of doing this arrow, to do after all that work, if instead we had a little box down here, and then inside of this box it would be like, it would be cycling between these colors or something. And we could do some deep glow on it to make it look like it's getting lit from the back. We could do, wait, I'm not gonna make the same mistake when trying to make a triangle, that I want to look like an arrow. I'll just delete that, and then pen tool from here to here to connect that new shape. And then now, I could have it start like this. It would have no stroke on it. And then when it needed to, for the purpose of the, let me reset bounding box here. Edit, transform, reset bounding box, there we go. When it needs to show that the gravity's changed, now it can just rotate like this. And then it would like change to a different color or something. Don't know. But I would think that would work. HSN Zig says, how do you stay focused when making animations? Instagram and YouTube distract me a lot. Chat helps. It wouldn't be very exciting for anybody if I was just sitting here looking at Instagram or like on my phone or whatever. So it keeps me going to continue making the animation or whatever I'm working on. And then beyond that, I don't know. I just like, especially for these loops, I don't want to have to go back to it again. Once I've started working on it, I'd want to try and just do it all in one go. So that helps keep me motivated to get it done. Does this work, or does it look strange compositionally? Well, okay, first of all, it's a good thing I checked that, because that's just not going to work. Need to make sure this is centered as well. Is this button centered? It wasn't. Good to know. Okay. And then these need to be in front. What will happen here? Like this will flash and then we'll see that rotate and it'll cause the ball to like fall up to that. Ven says, recently I've been listening to Interstellar's main theme, one of those extended versions. Oh yeah, I like listening to like music, or obviously music. I like listening to movie soundtracks, especially Interstellar, and like Oblivion's a good movie to listen to. The Tron soundtrack's always a good one. Anything like that is helpful for me. Let's make this a little smaller. Ooh, and then inside of here, we could have like a bunch of shapes that are bouncing and then like all slide up to the top. I mean, we're already gonna have to do that with this. I don't know if it'll be all that helpful to have a bunch of them down here that are doing the same thing. But maybe it would give more example to be like, okay, why is this thing doing this now? What's an effect that... Like, I know Geometry Dash and a bunch of these other games have different ways of showing that, like, oh, okay, everything's moving up now. Maybe, like, some speed lines that just slightly push up or something. That could work. Let me make a couple little shapes down here that'll do what we were talking about. Like they're just bouncing down there and then they all move up to the top afterwards. We'll just have them be outlined. Get one like at the bottom and then, oh man, this is where 3D would be helpful because I could just change the direction of the gravity and have it do it for me, but now I'm gonna have to animate each of these. And it's gonna look really funky because it's gonna completely change like how everyone expects it to look, but it'll be alright. Let's like that, move this over here, and then there we go. That'll do it. Okay. We've got a bunch of little ones at the bottom. Beach says background color changes represent gravity changes. That could be good. Or like maybe it's a gradient that like goes up through the background. Tom says looks like you're needing some C4D mode dynamics. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Now it would be time to have some 3D stuff going on. This is gonna be a tricky thing to figure out. But the overall like other animation I don't think is really all that difficult for this video, so I'm hoping that we can get through animation within like 4 hours or something. What is it? Maybe like 7 or 6 hours total for this. Well, not 6 hours, but maybe like 6.5, 7 hours for the stream. But we'll see what we can manage with that. Oh, I need to make shards for this. I completely forgot about that. Grab those, move them over here. Same thing with this. Okay, little shards to be sent up into the air and then fall back down. Let's make some, shall we? We'll make some chunky bits. Like that, and then I'll round all of these after I've made them. right, that should be plenty, and then I can just round all those and then have different versions of them. Have some down here. This needs to be in front of everything. And then would it make sense to have like a divot in this thing? Ooh, maybe that's what it is. Like behind this. Ooh, that was really bright lightning. Don't make the power go out, please. That wouldn't be very nice. Something like this. To show that like this is where it started coming out or whatever. Maybe it goes all the way to the edges. And then there's like the version that's in the very center that's much brighter. Does that work? It doesn't really work with the gradient, I don't think. Ooh, that definitely won't work. That make it look a bit more like a light source. Jeez, that is crazy. I cannot believe the power hasn't gone out. Alright, Tom says, has anyone used Newton for After Effects? Great physics simulator, but an expensive plugin. I've wanted to for years, but never bought it. Just learned Cinema 4D instead. Yeah, it seems kind of expensive, honestly. It's like $280 or something, right? And I mean, it could be a workflow changer, but I don't know. I've always just, I've just gotten good at making bounces and things to interact with each other, where I haven't had to mess with it all that much. Okay, I don't want this on this. Okay, that should work a little better. And then each of these can just be black with no outline on them. And he says it's great, but almost too realistic. That makes sense. Especially if you're like easing everything else in a way that's not completely realistic. It might look a little strange to have something that's like perfectly scientifically accurate, you know? I was trying to figure out if I wanted like if I wanted that outline on this or not. I don't quite know if I do, but I mean, I guess it works all right. And we'll have this spiral out up here, and maybe like another few smaller pieces of debris make their way up to the top-ish. All right. I'm hoping that everything's working okay. All right, cool. And back to it. No power outage can stop me, though it is unfortunate that it didn't save before it went out. But that is a-okay. Thank you, Timo. Welcome. Grab another one of these. Rotate it a bit. This should be up here, but this one shouldn't. Those are all too similar in size, I think. Alright, there we go. Those are all back and fine. Let's get into After Effects again. Make sure that's all open. Alright, that looks fine. Alright, let's get back into After Effects. I think everything in here is fine. I'll need to, I guess I need to mess with this. Let me save real quick. It's very rude of the power to do that. Alright, and then maybe like this one doesn't have the these little power guys on it. Like every other one has them on it. That might look more interesting anyway. Let's see what that looks like. I think I'm gonna be right on that. Like that. Oh yeah, this is looking pretty cool. Oh, whoops. Gotta make sure these stay up there. And make sure there's a back up at the top. That's looking pretty cool, I would say. Do all of these just need to be in the back? I think that's what it is. I think all of those need to be in the back. And then maybe that bit's like that. Cool. That looks fun. Masamba says, where do you live? Raleigh, North Carolina. Though my parents told me to never tell anyone on the internet where I live. You know, stranger danger and all that. But anyway. Big beginner in After Effects, and I'm learning a lot from your life. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, let's invert it on this side and see what that does. Oh, it's an odd number. That's really unfortunate. No, we should definitely have those be on the top. Cool. All right, that's how that one's going to turn out, which means I need to remove each of these, and we'll just keep those two. Wow. Looks dope. I'm excited. And then this one's gonna be cool. Pops up as just a little black thing first. That'll work fine. I'm probably not gonna need these ones at the bottom. That's just gonna be a lot more like trying to replicate physics than I'm probably gonna be wanting to do when I'm at the very end of this video. And the other bits should look cool anyway. Alright, but the thing I do want to do is fix this bit. So I need to release the clipping mask, and then I need to go in and make all of these gradients instead. So that's what we'll do. We'll make that work. Alright, so I think it should be each one goes to the next one that's underneath it, I guess, or maybe above, because these are next to each other, and that might cause problems. Alright, well, we'll figure that out. So from there to there. Ooh, I just saw something flicker again. It better not turn off. Alright, that one was pink, so we'll do pink to blue. And then this one, blue, but it will be blue to the dark purple. Same thing on this one. I'm just gonna make sure I draw it right. This one will be yellow to pink. And this one will be pink to blue. This is the same as this one. Oh, and now I have what I need for each of these, I think. I just need to make sure that the direction is proper on each of them, and we'll be good. Cool. That should be all of them, and then yeah, that works out fine. I'll round cap the things that I'll need round capped, like each of these. Cool. And then anything else? I don't think so. All right. So this scene's gonna be probably the most annoying. Everything else, well, okay, these two scenes. Everything else should be pretty straightforward, I think. But we'll see if that's actually how it turns out. All right. Well, you know what time it is then. It's time to get to this chatting screen. And then everyone will have to deal with a tiny screen while I move things back and forth between programs. It's gonna be so fun. I know you guys love this part. All right, here we go. Let's figure out how this is gonna work. So we've got our mat that is going to be gone after this frame. I probably need to get my color palette in there. That would be smart. Move that to where it needs to be. Tom says, looks like I'll be buying Overlord today. Oh, yes. This would be like a 2-hour-long process if I had to get everything else set up without it. It's a huge time saver. All right, and then I need the inside gunk. And then what's this thing? Oh, yeah, this is orb mat. And then we've got orb main, which orb mat will be parented to. And so will inside gunk, actually. Cool. All of those are in there. Let's bring that back out. All right, now I need the center star. Let me make these layers non-colored so that way I don't have to worry about them. Shoot, okay. This is gonna be annoying. So I need to ungroup this, bring these over as the, like, ooh, all of the gradients are messed up. That's so fun. I'm gonna go and redraw each of those now so I don't have to do it later. Oh, it's because I did rotate them to make sure that they all looked decent up on here. Makes sense. But if I redraw them, Overlord will understand. Alright, now I bring them over, and everything works. Fantastic. Okay, we'll call this like, I don't know, like pods or something. I don't know what they are. Ooh, that's loud. So sorry, everybody. Whew. It did not save me turning the sound down on those. -15, is that enough? We'll do like -25. Oh yeah. Alright, much better. Sorry for your ears, y'all. My bad. Alright, there's pods. And then now I need to ungroup and release the clipping mask for this thing. And then say that this is all grid lines. And I need this thing to be brought in front and be a matte. And we've got like, what? That's not even in the right spot. Okay. Now we bring it over. Call it thin matte. Push those in the back. And then I need the actual inside bit here. Okay, so it starts down here, goes up to here. All right. And then we will just call this thin. Center star goes up above everything. Thin matte, grid lines, and pods all need to be attached to thin. What fun. And then fin matte is going to be a separate thing. And I'll just go ahead and go in here already and say set matte on each of these shapes underneath it, so that they fit nicely inside of there. Ooh, actually, wait, I don't want it on the pods though. Just on that one. Easy enough. And then if I rotate that thing, everything works just fine. All right, now I need to do it for this other one. So maybe what I'll do is grab this and just invert the gradient within After Effects, I guess. Nah, I'll do it all in Illustrator. All right, ungroup that thing. Then I need to remove the clipping mask on this guy. We'll call it thin. We'll call it grid lines S2 for like style 2. Oh, what just happened there? Oh, I just forgot to change when that one goes away. All right. Beach says free jump scare. That's right. Lynn Vidas says, Austin, keep up the good work. Really loving your style of illustrations and animations. You're a true inspiration. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. Let's keep grooving. I need this thing. It starts from over here. Goes all the way there. Was there white on that before? No. All right, so this will be in S2. And then I need in S2 matte. Except it's on the wrong place. It was on the other artboard. All right. Fin S2 matte. Bring that down here. Cool. And then now all we should have to do is remove that. Make sure we've got that labeled correctly. And then what we will do is grab another set matte and add it to grid lines and say in S2 matte. And then both of these get parented to fin S2. And now we've got both of those on there. Easy peasy. No problem. All right. So that should be all the setup we need there. I'll have to like do the animation to it, and then I'll duplicate them all around, but that'll be easy enough. All right, let's move to number 3, which is this guy. Oh boy. This is gonna be annoying to get working, but we will make sure that it works right. So we need our center star and this thing. Those can be grouped. Come over, call it end of tunnel. Right. And then we need these hero balls. We'll say, actually wait, why don't I just remove it from there, group each of these, and then just have Overlord break it up for me. Cool. This is hero ball Y. I'll copy that layer name and do it for this one, which is hero ball pink and hero ball blue. That way I've got them each on their own layer. That works fine. And then what do I need outside of that? I need these lines. Okay, and we will call this perspective lines. It'll be behind everything else. But now those are there. And then we need another one. We just need this thing, and then we're gonna have to figure out how we can like get that animated all down the hallway, and then just like continue duplicating it over and over again and looping that animation. I'm probably gonna do it in a really jank way, but it's fine. All right, we'll call this down. We'll call this like section of hallway or of tunnel. Cool. And that'll be behind everything except for the perspective lines. Actually, no, let's make it be behind there too. Unless I decide to make them colored, then that's not gonna work. All right, above it is. Okay, and then we need the maintain stroke width expression. All right. Cool. And then I will just go in there and do that for this. We'll call it stroke. And just drop that in there. All right. So now we should scale it up as much as we want, and it won't matter. It's not going to change it. Fantastic. And then what do we need to do next? We're going to duplicate that a couple times. So I guess the only other thing I need is just to make sure that we've got each of these points as reference in there, that I know where I need to be putting it. We'll call this sections reference. And bring that all down at the bottom. I'll make that orange so we know we don't need it. All right, on to number 4. We've got our ground plane. And what else? We've got our shards. Group all those, bring them down, and say shards. Right, and on top of that, we've got our light. And then we have each of these. And they each have 2 in them, that's good. And we will call this ball plus trail. This one is yellow. This one is pink. And this one is blue. These will all be behind the shards, I guess. Tom says, curious if radio waves would work. I can think of a few other expressions too. Straight keyframing may be simplest though. I've never even heard of that expression. But I'm gonna give it a quick search to see what it does. Radio waves, CC After Effects. I didn't even know this was a thing. What does it do? I wish there was just a little breakdown on the individual effect instead of a bunch of videos. Well, we'll look at a video real quick just to see what he does.
Waves. And so that will allow me to start adding an expression to this. So that's pretty cool. So
interesting.
We need to
but it
add...
doesn't. I mean, it says polygon, so I guess I could change the number of sides on it. Oh, is he just adding it to a solid? Is that an adjustment there? What is that? Oh, I guess it is just a solid. Okay, so let's do that then. Let's try that and see if we'll need to mess with anything else. I'll just add a solid. I'll just make it the same off-white so we don't have to mess with the color. And then I'll say radio waves. And we want it to be the same color. And then the thickness. Be 1 the whole time. Or I guess it looks more like it might be 2. Wave type polygon. And then we want only 4 sides. Ah, I see the problem here. Is there a way to... Okay, we can rotate that. And then... Is there a way we can do like messing with the actual size of this thing? Or do I have to do that this way? I mean, but I don't think it has, I don't think it's got quite as much control as I need. Which one of these was messing with the actual... Oh, can I not change like Is there not a way for me to actually do like an evolution sort of thing with this? Because I would like to be able to just drag and have it like start to move forward, but it didn't seem like that was working. I also can't tell how many of these there are. But I think keyframing it might just be the way to go because it's not going to match up with these kind of irregular edges. Though it is interesting. I didn't even know that effect existed. That's cool. This just wouldn't match up with the rest of the stuff that we've got on here. I can't get like the different... Huh. Interesting. Spin. Oh. Huh. Interesting. And it just goes on its own. I would have to time remap it, I guess. I'll probably just end up hand keyframing it, but good to know nonetheless. Let's keep moving stuff into After Effects, and then we can tackle that problem later on. Let's move that. There we go. But thanks for the suggestion. I genuinely didn't know that was a thing, which is very cool. All right, I'm gonna need all of this brought over. We'll call this rotation time. I didn't even make the other part of this thing. I gotta do that. As far as how I'm gonna do that, I don't quite know, but we'll figure that out. All right, let's delete that. All of those are in there. That works fine. And then I need this matte. Rectangle matte. And then I've got the two strings. Title them, hold them up. Cool. And then I'll just go ahead and make sure that this rectangle mat is attached to this. And I'm gonna have to do so many different things with this. This is gonna be really strange to figure out. Okay, so never mind. It's actually gonna be this one, and this one are all gonna be kind of annoying and weird, but it'll work. All right, so then what's gonna end up happening is we get to this point. I'll probably want it to be like, what makes a square? Would it be like a third of this size almost? Something like that. Okay, and then I want this same gradient, but it's gonna be top down. Or I guess like this. And then we'll just remove the purple entirely. Give this a little bit of breathing room. Whoops, I mean delete that. Alright. So this will like start sliding over. Just look better like that. Not really. Okay. This will like slide over, and then after it finishes lighting, it would have, or I guess, ooh, wait, this would probably be a good point to be able to use this instead. Nope, that's not good. Let's do this instead. Give it a little outline. It can slide over. And then actually I'm realizing now that I'm gonna need a stroke to go around this thing. So we'll call this rectangle outline. Elias says it's 11 p.m. here in Mozambique. I have to sleep. Well, I hope you have a lovely evening. Jeez, it is almost 6 p.m. here already. Feeling like this one's gonna be a 6-hour one. Y'all, nope, not 6, 7 is what I meant to say. Ooh, actually, I don't want that to be there. That's not going to be attached to that, and that will as well. Hold them up, we'll deal with in a minute. And then this one. Delete that. And all those are in there. Alright, cool. This is a complicated thing to figure out. We're going to need each of these. As like the front of shape. It's gonna like expand across. And then after it, we'll have, oh man, that gets tough to figure out. Because we need this ball to like nestle inside of this thing. What if I change? Oh wait, no, this should work to have it be black and white outline thing because it's going to be off the side of this. That should work totally fine. All right, cool. That works great. Let's ungroup that, delete that thing, and then now we've just got our base shape there. This will like slide over. It'll like become the whole width of this thing. And then we'll have a bunch of like smaller little sections inside of it. Okay, so that goes there. This one will be the blue. And we'll grab this again and we'll do times 0.75 maybe? And then same thing on this. Tom says we'll have to watch the rest later on demand. Good luck. Appreciate it. Hope it's a good one. Have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Ahmed says I just want to say hi and I'm glad to see all your content. You are awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then we'll do another one that will be this color. Cool. And then I guess I can make each of these be a gradient instead. And I will draw from these. So that goes like that to that. Might have to switch these around. Or like this one is, oh actually that's the darkest already, so maybe we just remove that one. And this is just another one of these. That works kind of nice. I even like that little gap in there, I think. But anyway. Matthew says hello, welcome. So does Nina Zoom, welcome. Same to you, Hazam, glad to see you. So that means I can delete that guy. And then I need this one is going to be front of shape. I don't even think, so there's going to be a problem where I'm going to have to make like these endpoints on each of these rectangles are going to have to be attached to nulls. And that means that I'm not gonna be able to do path animation on them afterwards. So when we do this rotation thing, I'm gonna have to instead like move the gradient over so it looks like it's rotating instead of actually having to like squeeze the shape, which will be a little tricky, but we'll figure that out. Anyway, I meant to move that down. There we go. Front of shape, and then we'll have front of shape matte. I don't know that I've ever used this many mattes in another loop. Matte. Cool. And then we'll have the accent guys that are in front of the shapes. And then we'll do, oh, I guess I would need to have this either after. Okay. We'll make that work. Actually, wait, I don't even need a matte. I can just do a set matte to the front of shape. Do this. Cool. That works just dandy. Did I bring the lines in here? I think I did. Yep, hold them up. And then I'll need another line that comes in to be able to like hold up the other end of this while the other one's moving. But I'll just duplicate it on that layer and fix that. All right, so now we're on number 6. Oh boy, this is taking a hot minute. All right, we've got cone base, which seems to have some weird like blue stroke on it for some reason. Oh, it just doesn't even have one. It's just being strange. Okay, let's grab this one, and then what do I want to do with this? Do I want a version that has an outline? Yeah, why not? Okay, so we've got the cone, which is off in the middle of space for some reason. It's like it's not on this artboard. There we go. Cone base. Bring that down here. All of that looks fine. And then we've got, what else? Move that to the front, take that away and call it cone outline. And I will attach that to cone base as well. Or parent it rather. Okay. We'll grab all of our shapes in here. Hopefully it works fine. Yeah, that looks okay. All right. Scale it down a tiny bit. And then this is going to be set matte inside of here. This will be cone raise, and we'll add a set matte for cone base. And parent it to cone base as well. Which kind of sounds like home base a little bit, which is fun. But anyway, now we can rotate this and it'll look like the whole thing's rotating, which is fun. All right. And then we need the spiral, which we're gonna have to mask out pieces on, so I'll handle that. How do I want to do that actually? We'll call this spiral. It will be attached to cone base as well. And then Ooh, I actually want to come back in here and fix a couple things. There we go. Okay, and then if I wanted, I could very well just make the mats within here. That might be a lot easier. So it's from here to here. Oops. It would be from here all the way up to that part. And down to there. And then back over. And we'll make it that nasty green. And then do the same thing on this one. And then that should, oh wait, there's another one. Forgot. But this one is from, this is interesting. It goes around and around, and then goes from here over to here. This one kind of wraps in front of this, actually, which is a little awkward, but that's okay. All right, and now we just need to group these, bring them over, and then we'll say spiral mat. And then bring the spiral in. Spiral's got to go on top of that, which means that does as well. And we will say set mat to spiral mat, except we will invert it and hide that. Why is it not the same size? I think the cone itself is further down than it's supposed to be. Aren't all of these supposed to be following? But, oh, I see. At what point do they line up? Not there, a little bit more. Does that work for each one? No, it doesn't. Something has gone wrong here, and I'm not entirely sure what. Strange. Okay, what would be causing this? Ah, I think it's because I put them on the wrong thing here. Alright, so we need to bring this up in front of this. And now we'll just do that again. All good, no worries. Okay, and we'll probably have to expand those out a little bit. I don't want to have that selected. Let's go from here to here. And there to there. To there. And then same thing up here. I was wondering why we were able to see so much less of this top bit. I thought I remembered making it a lot more visible. Alright, let's try that. That's so not in the right position. Is it because I moved this thing? That was silly of me. Alright, let's try this. We'll call it spiral mat. And then delete this one and put it here. Boom. Voila! Much better. Fantastic. Now each of these needs to be attached to cone base just like everything else. And then we just need the ball. That was a lot more difficult to put in there than I thought it was going to be. All right, ball. Okay, shouldn't need anything else in there. And then now I need I need to put this thing in. We're going to ungroup everything for now. Actually, wait. Let's all right, yeah, let's ungroup and then make sure I've got it so that everything will be marginally easier to put together here. There's our lock, and we've got the base and this thing. We probably want that to be separated, but not from this thing. So like these two need to be in a group together. Okay, that should be fine. That gives us reference points for both, so I can just copy paste the same path onto it. That's nice. Okay, so we'll group all those. That comes to the front. Got our little fun little doodads over here for when it closes. And then our light, which won't be attached to anything. Okay, that makes it a lot easier. Now we can grab each of those objects, group them together, and then group them with the base. And now we bring it all in, and I just got to label a bunch of stuff, and we're good. And then I'll just need the other ones for reference. All right, so we've got our, we'll just call it chest room 1. We have our contents. Oh, nope, can't label it that. We'll call it insides. And then this one will be base. We'll call this one our ground. And this one our backing. Okay. And what's this? We've got our accents, our block, the top of chest. We'll call this lit and closed. And this one is our light. And this bottom one is bottom of chest. Well, that'll do it then. And then we just need to grab each of these other ones so that we can have them as reference for where they're supposed to go. Come on. There we go. And just call it chests reference. Put it down here and make it orange. We're down to the last one that we need to put in here, given it's another doozy, but it'll be fine. All right, and we'll call this one ground again. It's all the way down there. I'm gonna make the thing a little wider. There we go. All right, so that we can't see the edges of it. I'm gonna call this button. We are so close to the end of this. And then we've got our, which that should work if I just put glue on it, right? Oh yeah, that'll work just fine. Cool. Got our gravity indicator. go. We've got hero ball. And we've got our starter eye. And it needs to morph into this other thing, which will be interesting. Then we've got our main eye base. Which will mostly be used as reference, used for path keyframe. And I'll actually go ahead and mark that so that I remember that it's a weird thing I gotta do with that one. Then we've got center line. And we've got our open mat, which will be inverted for some things and a traditional alpha mat for others. All right, that's all good there. And then I need all of the fun bits on the inside that hopefully don't crash everything. All right, whites of eye. And then what do we got here? I need to remove all this other stuff so I can get to the things that are actually on the inside. All right, we'll call this pupil. This is gonna be a really cool scene. I am quite excited for it. Did it grab that? Okay, good. And then we've got our accent balls. Ooh, and I need to make sure to scale down. Like when you open your eyes and light's going into it, your pupil gets a lot smaller, constricts. Need to make sure I got that in there. Okay, and then just for my own curiosity, to see how good this looks, we're gonna do a set mat to open mat. Ooh, wow, all of this is way up above the color palette. Okay, that's all in there. And same thing with that one and that. And then for center line, it will be inverted for that. Same with, well, main A base I guess won't, but I guess it would just be inverted. Cool. And then didn't I have a little like outlined thing that I was going to use? Oh yeah. This one is supposed to compare it to that. This is matte. This is outline. Cool. Carlton says, hello chat. How are you doing, Austin? I'm doing well. It's going to be a little bit of a longer stream, I think, since we're already 3.5 hours in. But, shouldn't be too bad. I'm pretty excited for each of these scenes that we're going to have here. But what I wanted to check was if we did deep go on this. Okay, see, that's not going to... That simply won't work. Let's bring it down to like 0.2 and then 2000. I wish Deep Glow worked better on gradients. It's really unfortunate because then I have to go in here and I have to add a human saturation layer and then up the saturation a bunch for it to get back to looking even remotely normal. And that means I might end up needing to like go in and like separate that layer out to where I'm doing it on each individual piece instead, which is kind of frustrating, but whatever. Let's see if it looks better if I do that. I'll delete whites of eye, then I will make them all on their own individual layers. Bring them down in the layer stack to right under here, I guess. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll see how well this works. So now if I do deep glow on just one of these things, I don't even know which one this is. I actually can't even see it. Oh, it's because it's the little outline guy. What about this one? Like, you don't need it to be that intense. Maybe we just add a little bit as like an overarching thing, or like I can do a layer style across the whole thing that makes it a little bit more glowy. But I don't want to have to deal with 40 different layers to do that. Let's see. Like the stock glow actually works a lot better in this situation, I think. Which is funny. Let's bring down to like 0.2. No, maybe 0.5. And then we can add like one big adjustment layer to this whole section. It's got deep glow on it. And bring that down to like 0.01. Or maybe 0.1. But anyway, you get the point. It's annoying regardless because you end up having to like boost the saturation. But it looks cool. And then if I do it on just those accent balls, it looks pretty nice. Actually, not really. But anyway, it'll look cool. I just wanted to test and see what it would look like in the meantime. But that should be everything for that. Is there anything that I need to parent at this particular moment? Maybe to main eye base? I think that would work. Lights of eye, pupil, accent balls, outline, and open matte, as well as center line, all attached to this thing. Cool, that should work. Cool. And the very end is simply this background. With this word on it. And then I'll just grab this background for everything else, which I don't really need to do because the background of the comp is already black, but I'll keep it there anyway. And then I think that's it. We should have everything in there at this point. All right, cool. Let's get to animating then. Move on over to this view so you guys can see it more clearly. Cool. Alrighty, y'all. Brian says it's essentially 5 a.m. now, so I'm going to bounce. We'll check the rest later on. It was great hearing and seeing your way of working. Appreciate you for stopping by. Hope you have a lovely rest. See ya, Brian. Whew. Here we go. Time to turn down the Spotify a tiny bit. And then get into the music of this. Alright, let's deal with these mats here. Hide that, and then we'll say inside gunk needs to be set mat to orb mat. There we go. Except at the beginning, oh, actually I needed to choose what color it's going to be at the very beginning here. Any of these other ones are mats? Nope. Okay. So here is where inside gunk will start, and then orb main will just add a stroke to it once it gets to this point. Cool. And then prior to that, we will have the color be which of these? Maybe it like starts as the blue. And then 1, 2, later it turns to the yellow. Ooh, that's pretty cool looking. It might be better to do with the pink though. Cool. I like that. A little bit of a flash at the beginning. Never hurt anybody. And then this guy. Okay, so hold on a second. I need to make sure this transition works. It gets sent up into the air and then, okay, got it. So it's gonna like kind of fall back down, but not all the way. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 maybe. It'll get like to, okay, well that's where it'll end, is in that position. And then it'll be like up here and starts like all the way down here. And then everything in the next scene will have to be kind of pulled down at the beginning. So that should work. Oh, and that means we can have like each of those little pods like kind of bounce down and then come back up to follow that like downward movement. And we'll have to rotate everything that's inside of there. Okay, I need to get to the stroke on this thing. We're gonna have the opacity be 100 there and 0 at that point. So no stroke until we get to there. Nice. And then we'll actually do stroke width goes from 1 to 20, and then back down. Little flash of the stroke there. Have it come in a bit faster than that. And let's do 50 is probably too much, but even faster. And we'll do a little bit of a scale thing. Down a tiny bit, then back up. Actually, wait, no, because it's going to need to implode at the end. Does that mean we're zooming into it, though, or zooming out? What did I write? Okay, so we're going like this. Yes, it's getting smaller already at the end here. which means we should probably have it get to like 150 here. Starts at 100. And then you go from 100 to 150 or like 125. And then back down to like 75. Position and scale get funky together, but that's okay. We will simply give it a try and see what happens. Alright, we're gonna adjust the path that it's coming in. It's gonna start over here, and then we'll do like a little hop in that way. Keeps it a little more interesting. And then at this part, I guess it could be like coming down like that. No, that doesn't work. And it needs to scale down much harder at the end. Cool. All right, now all the stuff on the inside needs to move around. And they've probably all got different anchor points, which is fun. Yes, they do. Okay, we're gonna have to fix that first. Oh, gotta rotate around the center point. What is this thing doing over here? Essentially around the middle. So it doesn't have to be perfect. Alright, then this one goes there. Whoops. Alright, let's switch the music up a bit. One second, y'all. Let's do some lo-fi. Alright, then we'll do, like, each of these is hopped back here, rotate, rotation. Each of them will get to 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get to this point. Oh, this one's got a lot in it. All right. And then at the beginning, they'll each be in different points. So, ooh, I see. Yeah, no, we're going to want those to be separated. Okay. Let me look that up again. All right. There we go. And then at the beginning, each of them will be at very different points. So we're looking like here, and there. That thing will be all the way back there. And they'll all have to rotate a little offset from each other. Whoops, I forgot to adjust the anchor points on each of these. That one's fine. That one goes up here. And then this thing goes up there. Okay. Now we can rotate those. That'll be like that. And then this one goes, it's just a circle. So that's not going to do anything. We'll need to do some trim paths on that. And then this thing can go like over there. And then they all need to get back to those positions by this point. And then we'll do the same easing on all of them. It's like this, exponential decay to exponential growth. Use all of that, and then how's that? I mean, it's a bunch of stuff rotating inside of things right now. But we need them to be more offset than that, so I'll do like when some of these will be starting 1 frame later. That fixes it a little bit, but there's still plenty to be desired. Some of these might need to be a lot further back than we thought. And then this whole thing can also be like up to that size there, and then here it's even larger. And then it gets slightly larger again. Cool. Probably need to mess with like the actual animation of the gradients as well. What's this thing? A little dot? Sure, why not? Let's do echo on this and see what we can do with that. And do like 10 copies. Ooh, that's not gonna work. Feels like it works a little bit better. I think the direction of the rotation is wrong on these. -1 and negative. Oops. -1, -91. This will be -327. Feels like it was the wrong direction based on how it was moving. -178. -115. just need the same things at the end of this. But I think that echo helped quite a bit. Cool. Up there, and then I want to do something with that ball that's in there. Contents, it's in here, I believe. Is it this one? Yes, okay. I want to do some position keyframes on this thing. Can't see, it's too small at that point. All right, and then what if I do one overall rotation? Which direction are they going? They go from here to the right. And then back down. I'll take out the scale keyframes on this. They are not needed. And the actual like detail in it now is kind of lost because I think I rotated it too much. So let me do like, it was like 45 degrees or something. That's not too bad. That sounds like an unlocking noise at this point. It's fun. Let's see, Carlton says, hey Austin, I noticed you drag tons of layers up and down a stack. A useful shortcut you could use is Control Alt up or down arrow, moves your selected layer up or down or level. That is very useful. Thank you, thank you. Emma says, Austin, I can't really feel the rotation of the elements in the orb. I think it's happening too fast or the jump is distracting. Could be, could be. Might be ways to smooth it out a bit. And Carlton says, and to move the layer or selected layers to the top of the stack, it's Control Alt Shift up or down arrow. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's have this like slide in here a bit as well. Like instead of being over there, it's like off to the side. Feels like it's swirling around in there pretty nice to me though. Does it show up one frame longer than it's supposed to? I feel like I'm able to see that a little too long. That's pretty cool looking. All offset enough, I think. Cool. And then all we would need to do for this is just add like good old stock glow to it. Except that's gonna get really messed up with the echo, I think. But we don't need to deal with that yet. All right. Feels like it needs something else, but I don't know what. Maybe that little ring inside there changes colors or something. Which one is it? It's this one, right? Yeah, there we go. Alright, we'll start it at blue. And then 4 frames later, 1, 2, 3, 4, it changes to yellow. It doesn't look like it did anything. Am I not on the right one? Oh, I think it's just because it's got echo on it, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, then it'll be pink. And it'll change back to the blue. That should work nicely. It's kind of fun. I like it. Gotta be some. That's a cool looking frame right there, though. That kind of like shadow that it's making looks like sand dunes a little bit. Anyway, moving on. We'll come back to that later. This guy is going to be a beast to have to figure out. All right, here we go. Let's mess with the pods first. I'm hoping that this is nice to me. Let's do this one first, I guess. We've got group 1, except I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to hand keyframe the... Yeah, that's gonna be annoying. I can't just copy paste the same keyframes for each one, but that's fine. All right, so position on this one goes down. We're gonna drag it down this way. Oh, jeez. And then I'm gonna have to do path animation on the cylinder itself. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. We'll get back up to the top. I'll copy the easing on that. All right, now we need, under group 2, we need to animate the path. So it goes down here. Goes from there to there, and then back up. And then hopefully that works. And then whenever we want those to show up, they'll show up. Easy enough. And we can have them like slide across that space, I guess. Maybe the top flashes when it shows up. That could be kind of cool. So 2 frames later, it's black, and then it's white at the very beginning. And then we'll just be able to copy paste this thing around. Like once we get this fin set up, we'll be able to copy paste to make sure that the same sort of animation is happening on each one, which will be nice. That feels a little too long. Maybe it's whatever color is beneath it. Except I'm also going to be animating the gradient, so I'm not sure how that's going to work, but... Ooh, maybe it's blue here, but white here, so we get like a more interesting looking flash. Cool. I'm good with that. All right, so there's one. Now we gotta do the rest of the 9. 1 and 2, 3, 4, Cool. All right, so then the second one will get the same thing. All right, and this one's down here. We need it to move down to like this point and then back up. What do you mean the reference is invalid? I copied the same thing. Copy. There we go. Okay. And then same thing with the path on this one. Okay, and then we'll need the flashes on this thing. So we go from that to the purple to the white. This is going to be really cool again. Whew. All right, and then next one, number 3. Position, and then goes down 1, 2. Use those. And then group 2, path down to there. Oh, whoops, I forgot to do the flicker on it. Color, and then this one is a pink. Oh, realistically, it should probably be blue, but whatever. Yeah, I'll probably end up changing that later, but that's fine for now. All right, then this one, we've got the position here. Okay, then I need the path. And the flash on the fill. Number 5. It's time for a Be Real. Voila. Okay, moving on. Why don't I do the fill at the same time? That would be smart. Color, then to pink and white at the beginning. And then the path goes from there to, why don't I grab both of these and move them down since it's a straight line? have to offset all these keyframes. It'll be fun. Okay. Where even is this one? All the way over here. Can't even see it, but I will in other sections, so still gotta make it work. Like when I duplicate this and rotate it and it's closer to the corners or something, it'll definitely be visible. And this one's yellow, right? I think so. Yeah, okay, cool. So let's do black there, then yellow, and then up to white. Cool. Group 1 is done. Group 2. Grab the path. Seven, almost there. I won't have to animate these ever again. Alright, position, then down 2. Oh, this one's straight up and down, which is nice. What is the color on this one? Yellow again. Okay. Boom. Okay. And then the path. Last one. There we go. Oh, whoops. I was accidentally doing it on the main thing. My bad. Carlton says another useful shortcut is K and J shortcuts helps you move to the next and previous keyframes respectively. Well, that's helpful as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Alright, let's do 2 keyframes later on the path. Oops. Okay, and that should be it, I think. So now all we need to do is say that the first ones. Oh, wait, why is it only giving me group 1? Oh no, it's giving me everything. Okay. So it's path, position, and color, and then color again. Oh yeah, color, position, path. And then we'll have the next ones start there. We'll do color, position, path. Color, position, path. And then one more. Color, position, path. Color, position, path. Okay, now all I need is opacity keyframes and make sure those line up. And then we should be good. So, oops, that's not what I want. 100 there and 0 there. That's the same thing for this one. And then the next is one over. Same thing with the next one, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's the last one. Okay. Whew. We got there eventually. And so now if I remove the color palette, they should all... That's super cool. Carlton says happy you saved. I guess probably not for like 2 or 3 edits or so. But I have been, don't worry. Alright, what else do I want these to do? Let's do grid lines in here. Let's move these around. So this is top curve, and then bottom curve. And then it should be in order for every other one of these. Yeah, cool. Let's have, what would make sense? Which direction is this spinning? Left at the end, I believe. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so let's have the bottom curve show up first. And then we'll do 1, 2. Whew, this is going to be tough to figure out, but we'll get there. Let's have the pods go up above this. Okay. Alright, and that should work. So now we've got one line that moves down. And then the next one will have the same stuff. And then we'll have like all of the pods slide down a tiny bit. And then it's just about making sure that all of these other ones pop up the right way. So this one's at the very bottom. Why don't we just do like all of these slide into the right, kind of? Which way is it rotating again? It's the left. Okay, so let's actually do it that way. Starts there, opacity is there. Okay, and then at this point, we'll have moved it off to that side a tiny bit. And then these two things we will put on the first like 4 or so, and then the next 2, and the next 2 after that, and the last one. What's that look like? That is so cool looking. Though now, like, where each of them is sitting doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that's okay. We can fix that too. How would one do that? Actually, let me just make that. Let me just do position over, down. Oh. Oh, that actually, it seems like that works. And then I'll just have to mess with scale a little bit, I think, to make sure everything pops up the right way. I just need that first frame to be proper. That work now? Looks like it to me. I mean, there's a little bit of like slippage at the ends there, but that's really not that bad. Ooh, that is cool. Okay, now I need to have the gradient come in. So let's go to the fin here. Contents, gradient fill, and then we'll have that happen until like 10 before there. Okay. So then here, it should probably be more like that. And then back here at the end. And then I need to have the same thing happen with all these grid lines. That's gonna be kind of annoying, but whatever. I didn't that one copy. All right, and then ease the heck out of these. Copy the easing and then add it to every single one of these. Boom. And then on the actual fin itself, will this mess with everything else? I hope not. Where's the center? So now I should be able to do, yeah, that'll work. Ah! So we'll have it go from, let's do, which direction is it rotating? That way. So let's do -15, nope, 15. Down to 0, and then back again. That is so cool. Whew. Okay, and then what needs to happen here? I think I might just be able to duplicate just the fin and grid lines and just reverse the order of the gradient, and that should be fine. So that way I don't have to go through and copy paste all of those keyframes that I already had in there again. That would be kind of annoying. But anyway. All right. Let's do that. So we're gonna delete each of these, and then we'll say not the pods, but fin mat, fin, and grid lines will all come underneath here. So this is going to be, here will be, what, like, oh, it would be 15, I guess, or no, sorry, it's 30. So this now needs to be on FinMat 2. Sorry, negative 30. And then this one is negative 15. And negative 15. Okay. And then now all I need to do is go in and change the order of the gradient. It would be nice if I could just tell it to do the opposite of where it is right now, but that's okay. Okay, so we're just gonna have to do the opposite of each of these. This is now the black. This is now that color. This is now that color. This is the pink that I can't find right now because my color palette's turned off. This is the yellow. And this is the white. It's looking pretty spiffy, I would say. And everything is coming out properly, so I think we're good at this point to add some nulls and copy some stuff around. All right, so let's do FinMat, and this will be purple, and we'll make all of this green. And I need another purple layer. And we're gonna go from negative 30, is that right? What's this one at? Okay, so this should be negative 45 to negative 60. Okay, I'm getting the hang of it now. And then how do I have it in Illustrator? Was it just that like all, ooh, that's gonna be annoying, isn't it? So eventually all of the purples are gonna have to go on top of the greens, but it's fine. M City says, just came back from watching the new Top Gun. Crazy that I just watched the whole movie while I was gone. Looking good so far. I appreciate it. We're only on the second scene still, but it's gonna look cool. Oh, that's gonna look so dope. Especially when they're kind of offset. Oh man. Alright, I need to fix this thing. Grid lines is now on 51, which is FinMat 3. Okay. This is a whole thing. Alright, come down here. We'll start at negative 75. And this will be negative 90. Back to negative 75. And then grid lines here needs to change to 55, which is FinMat 4. Okay, all those lines are there now though, that's good. Okay, and then we've got this one will be negative 105, negative 120, back to negative 105. Same thing with the grid lines, change it to where now it is 58. Just FinMat 5. This is gonna be so many layers. Oh boy. But, I mean, look at how cool that looks though. That's so sick. Are you coming there? There's no way you're expecting to get that from that little orb. Absolutely no way. NBHD says, when are you dropping this? As soon as I finish it, honestly. I mean, I'll need like an hour or something to write copy, but then I should be posting it everywhere once it's done. Since it's a Sunday, I typically post on Sundays. Peach says, man, your PC is gonna hate you. No. We're fine. Later it'll hate me, but for now we're chilling. It's whatever. Alright. Okay, it's time for more greens. Duplicate that. Move it on over here. I'll pre-comp this layer once it's done so it doesn't give us trouble. Except I'm gonna have to add nulls over top of the whole thing at some point, but that's fine. That's fine. We'll worry about that later. Negative 135. And then to negative 150. Negative 135. And then fix this thing. NBHD says, nice man, I'm excited, love your work a lot. I appreciate you, thank you very much. The purple. Surprised my computer isn't more upset than it already is, honestly. Being kind of nice to me. I am suspicious. Finmat 7. Cool. Another green. Forgot to duplicate it first. I was just gonna start dragging it down and be like, yeah, it's totally fine. All right. This will be negative 195 and negative 210. Back to negative 195. You would think that because it's able to like keep the parenting properly whenever I duplicate things, that it would also adjust the set mat to whatever that like layer number would be, but it just doesn't, which I find kind of odd, but whatever. All right, almost there. Just got to get to 12. This one will be negative 225 and negative 240 back to negative 225. And grid lines needs to match with that one, which is now number 72. Two more. Negative 255, negative 270, 255 again. Now we're on layer 76. But this needs to be set mat to. Okay. Another purple. Now my computer's starting to chug a little bit. All right. Negative 285, which is negative 300, and negative 285 again. And then one more copy and we're good. Other than having to now stack them all on top of each other, but whatever. Finmat 11. And then duplicate this last one. It'll be negative 315 and negative 330 to negative 315 again. Whew. And then we're good. Just need to get to fixing the set mat on this thing. And then we can offset some of the stuff. It's gonna be so cool. I'm really excited about it. All right. So now let's get to the center. Wow, that looks so cool. What the hell? That's fantastic. Play it all through without even offsetting it. Woohoo! That is so cool. And then this star in the center will go from like, what is it? And we'll have it start rotating back at that point. It'll be like over here, go back that way. Oh, I had it go in the same direction. Whoops. That looks so dope. Alright, here we go. Now we gotta offset stuff, and actually we need to stack all this stuff on top of each other. So this goes up here, then this goes up here. And this one, I totally could have just collected all of these in one go and then dragged them up, but whatever. Oh, that's cool looking. That's really cool looking. Alright, now they gotta get offset. So, oh wait, okay. I should have done that before. Let me get it back to how it was. I can do that. Alright, so those first two will show up, and then we'll get the next two in there, and then the next two, and then the next two. Oh geez, actually this will probably be way too much. Let's do the first like 4 all at once. Okay, and then the next 3. The next 2. This should work a bit better, so it's not like so obvious that they're all showing up at different times. Let's grab each of those, and then the very last one. And does that work? And I'll just make sure that the ending spot is correct for each of these. Cool. Alright, chop off all those ends, and then let's see what that looks like. Oh, whoops. Alright. Okay, I need to make sure that all of these are properly at the 1 frame before that mark. Because otherwise they all won't rotate the same amount and it's gonna look strange. All of the other ones are good, I believe. Okay, why does it look like this one at the top is not rotating around the proper point? That's strange. I don't know why it's just that one that looks so strange. Maybe because it's just so far off in timing from the other ones, but like that's really breaking the illusion there. Oh, I think it's just because I think the actual shapes are essentially the same. It's just that the color's not back to where it was supposed to be. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so let's grab those as well and make sure that it's correct on each. The pods and things I don't think matter nearly as much, but colors seem like they're going to cause some problems in the perception that we're going for. I am not wanting to do that. There we go. What about like here? Okay, so it should be fine now. Much better. Alright, let me turn off the color palette. Maybe that's part of the reason why, because I can't see it replicating the same thing on the other side. Yeah, I think that was it. Whew. That is so cool looking. Alright, now you know what I gotta do. I gotta say add a null. And we will call this bad boy scale. And then every single fin is going to be attached to it because that's the only thing that is not parented to other stuff on each of these. And attach that here because we're scaling down here, so we need to make sure that that follows through. So we'll start at like, I don't know, like 125-ish, something like that. We'll scale down. That should work. It might have to be more. I think we're probably gonna have to do like 150 or something. Oh, it's because the star is not also attached to it. Silly me. How about now? Oh, still not enough. All right, 150. That's pretty big. And then at the end here, we're actually going to be zooming back up. And I don't want to do 3D layers. That's going to be a mess for my computer to deal with. What if we go to like 250? Does that get close enough-ish? We'll see. Maybe it'll work because we're going to be zooming into this tunnel. Okay, so what I've determined is we're definitely going to need another null and call it scale out. And we're going to parent this null to this null. And then at this last frame here, we'll have it be like 250. And then like all the way back here, we'll have it start scaling up to that amount so that it doesn't seem so abrupt, I hope. Totally should save before I play that. I think it's gonna work. It looks like it is. I think that gets close enough. That gets so confusing. What? That might be too much for it to scale up. That just looks weird. Oh, or it's because it's like doing it too early? I don't know, that's giving me the linear jitters at the end there. It positioned in 3D might just be the way, so that'll be fun to figure out. Wait, why don't I just... I don't need this thing. And then I can just have it be a 3D comp. Oh yeah, I need this to like slide down a little bit as well. Move everything up a tiny bit. Okay, here we go. Oh boy. Sorry, computer. Also not sorry. You already know I'm gonna have to do this. Sorry, not sorry. It simply has to be done. Does it work? Ooh, that's a lot of pointy points. It does not work. Emma says, which computer do you use? I have a custom-built PC from a couple years ago with a Ryzen 5 3600, 32 gigs of RAM, and a GTX 1660 Super. Not even rocking an RTX card. All right, and then on this guy, let's do some path animation. It'll end up like this, but start with each of these points much longer. Oh shoot, but that means that these are all gonna have to be like, I'm gonna have to mess with all these again. Oh, we can hope that it works. We'll do like 60% influence on either side. That's not gonna work. Why don't I do a bigger scale thing on this though? So it seems even more dramatic. That feels better, I think. That feels a lot better. Okay, now what I can do is pre-comp all of this nonsense and say, so we'll just call it scene 2. Oh yeah, I was originally gonna have this scene where it's like each of those points gets disrupted or something and they all have to like swipe back into the center, but honestly, I don't even want to do that anymore. I don't think it's necessary, and also it would just take a long ass time to make it work right. And probably make my computer hate me even more. Robert says, run half res since you don't play 100% size, easier on your system, faster playback, awesome work. Totally a good call. And thank you very much, appreciate it. Let's do it, why not? The only reason I typically don't mess with the quality is because it like half the time it makes it so I can't see whatever strokes are there. It seems to be working fine now, but before that did not seem to be the case. Okay, now we're gonna move in 3D. Position from there to here. Ooh, that's probably gonna be way too close. Does that work? Oh wait, I can't have it be like this. I'm gonna do it. Ooh. How bad does that look at full res? Not too bad, honestly. I'll take it. And we'll just have to hope it looks okay. Alright, here we go. And it starts moving towards the camera. There's a little bit too much of an overlap of when these are still scaling down, I think. I'm gonna move that back here. That work? It should be fine, right? That way it doesn't have that weird like pulling back and forth going on. It still has a little bit. What if I have that stop there? Does that do it? It's still got a little bit. I hesitate to want it to just completely stop there, but may be what it calls for. Oh, maybe on one, like, on this main null, everything rotates even a little bit more. That's gonna sell it more, I think. I mean, one object is invalid. I love that easeCopy just decides not to work sometimes for no real reason. Like, I've been pasting keyframes for a while, and now it's like, I don't know about this. All right. Lots of fun little cylinder guys. Cool. Yeah, this will work. All right. I love that seed. It's so fun. Cool. Moving on. I feel like there should be something else that happens with the pods, but at this point, it's just not worth it. Because I would have to go back and change each one individually now. But anyway. It looks cool. Let's roll with it. All right. Now we got to figure out what to do with this thing. My plan is to take, and I'll do this one in full quality because it's just a couple lines. It shouldn't be that difficult for it. I'm going to take this section of tunnel thing, and I am going to have it go from, I don't know how quickly I want these things to move, but I'm going to need it to hit each of these little checkpoints within some amount of time, and then I will just like repeat that same animation, or like have it staggered just a tiny bit linearly, and then I will have to go back in and ease it with time remapping. But it'll work. It'll be great. So let's have it be that one goes through every 10 frames or so. That seems reasonable. That's probably faster than that though. Maybe like 6 frames, 7. Okay. Section of tunnel. So needs to start at the very bottom, and then the path and the scale. I already have it set for that, right? Okay. Need to be that at that point. And then so down here, it needs to be that size, and the path itself needs to be like that. Wait, why am I doing it this way? I could just do all of it in either path or scale. Why don't I just do it all in scale? So it's 50 there, and then like 45, and then oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 would just get it to the next one. That's not gonna work. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. It gets to that one by 4 frames, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get to the next one. So let's move up here up to 160, and what would this be? 165. That's very convenient that it's 5 every time. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go to the next one. We'll go out this far, so 273, 274 maybe? Yeah, and so it should be, all right, let's do 275 is probably right on, and then 280 would be the height. Ooh, not quite. What about 285? 290? Eesh. See, this thing changes quite a bit. All right, that's too far over. We're getting some funky numbers now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be way too long for it to have to move. We're probably going to have it be like every 2 frames or 3 frames it needs to be up at the next one, but we'll deal with that later. All right, so moving out again and out here again. And then as it goes on each one, it does stay along the line. That's so nice. Very kind of it. Okay. And then here again. And here again. And then at this point, we just go like 1, 2, or maybe like 1. Then it just like disappears or something. Okay. And then we'll make sure that it's like every 2 frames or so, we're getting from one to the next one. And see how fast that is. Okay, how does that look? Very linear, but also exactly as it should be. Awesome. It's not maintaining stroke width though, even though I have that expression, which is a little annoying. So why don't I just remove the expression and just keyframe it instead, because we can do that. So by the time it's here, that's already looking slightly larger. Let's do like 0.75 and then get to the next one, and we'll do, I can remove this now. That look that much larger than that one? Be like 0.6. And then do another 2 and 0.5 down to 0.4 and 0.2. That should do it. Okay. So then it feels like the distance between these is not right. It almost looks like it's flickering, even though it isn't. I need it to replay this section over a couple times. Now that'll work. And then we'll just have it continue doing that. Okay, that should work fine. So now we just need, okay, let's move that back and that back. And then we'll do section of tunnel. And then 2 frames later, another one will start. And then 2 frames. And then 2 frames. Actually, wait, let me delete this layer after it's, yeah, there we go. Okay, now we're good. We'll do 1, 2, then another one starts. And 1, 2. All the way until the very end of this thing. Okay, that should work, I believe. Except I'll need to offset them so they're actually there at the beginning of this. But actually, let's do that. Let's see how far I need to get for that to, okay, so it starts here. Where is one where it's all the way filled in? So like here. Which means I need more at the end here, or they will all be gone. Okay, now it should look normal. Oh, too fast. So fast. So insanely fast. That is absurd. Yikes. All right, let's go back to the drawing board with this one, shall we? We need our original 4-frame estimate or whatever it was probably accurate. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's funny. That was so fast. All right. Now let's see how well this works. Ooh, whoops, I accidentally went 2, 3, 4. I went an extra one over. That was ridiculously fast. That is much slower and probably much more manageable. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I won't have to do nearly as many copies either, I don't think. Which is nice. That should cover it, right? Oop, nope, not quite. Is that it? I only need one more. Oh, much better. Okay. So now I just need to get to the point where I've got all of them on screen. That's like here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to add basically the same amount that I had on the other one, but it's whatever. And let's actually go back one so that it's not all the way in there. I mean, it's moving pretty quick, but it works, and that's what matters. All right, here we go. So now we're gonna say wall lines. And now we can time remap it. Isn't that fun? How do I want to do this? I just need it to get slightly faster towards the end, which means I should probably like get this going a little bit longer. One, two, three, 4, because I'm gonna need to fit more of these in here. This is gonna be an interesting riddle to crack. Beach says, which shortcut do you use to move from frame to frame in the timeline? It's page down on the keyboard, and if you hold down shift page down or page up, it'll move 10 frames, or you can actually change that interval in the preferences if you want. Anyway. Alright, now where is the last viable point here? This is from 3 to 4. We're probably still good around like here-ish. So let's bring this over. Set a little marker down on it. And this is where it was actually going to end. And then now we'll do some fun time remapping. This totally won't go wrong at all. I don't see how it could. Okay, let's do the last like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It needs to go from like here, here. All right, how do we get this to not completely stop is the name of the game here. So we're gonna do all the way in and then all the way out, but we are going to bring this up. How many seconds per sec would we like? Let's do like Oh wait, no, it should just be set to 1 so it never fully stops moving. That should work, right? Please tell me that works. I think we have too many lines. Let's move that out a bit and see what happens. Maybe this doesn't need to be so... Like, oh, let's try that. What is going on here? It's too many lines. Just too many lines. What if I do a dastardly thing and keep this as linear? And then it like just speeds up towards the end. Okay, why does that happen? That's so odd. Move that. Does that fix it? One frame in between. Bring that in a little bit. Whoa, that really ticks up there. Fix it. It's already moving so fast here. All right, we'll try this out. All right, let's do null on top of both of these things. We'll call it scale, and then it will need to go up and then further in. All right, so we're gonna cut that off there. Each of these gets attached to this thing, and then we'll go from perspective lines definitely need to be attached to that as well. Which is gonna make me annoyed with them, but that's okay. We'll just make them like, oh, shoot, that doesn't work. Well, let's just make these wider, I guess. Not that one, but these. And then say path. Except they're not going to go along the proper points. Okay. Let's go to our standard one here. And then let me just do this here. I'm in Illustrator, 1 second. I'm just expanding the length of each of those diagonal lines. There we go. Bring it all the way down. Call it perspective lines. And then delete the other one. and attach it to scale. And then now we should be able to start much smaller at like 72 and not have it be gone. Nice. Okay, and then like here, we need to get to 100. And then we need to do the same easing that we did on the last thing where it needs to like zoom in again. What if we do 125? Oh yeah, and then go in here again. Add another one. Oh, and I wanted the whole thing to rotate anyway, and I wouldn't be able to do that if I hadn't made those longer. So that'll be easy. All right. Oh, and that's gonna make me want to. Oh, but I can't do that. Oh well, that's fine. It would be cool if we could do like a twisting hallway instead, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Scale 2. And that's what scale will be attached to. Scale 2, the sequel. We'll be moving all the way up here. And let me increase the, or make sure that we're constantly rasterizing. Let's try this out. Okay, and then why don't we make this a little bit easier on ourselves? And instead of doing scale, since it's only a couple things, we could probably get away with doing each of these as 3D layers. Okay, and then that means we can go from here to, that's not moving, because we can't have that on if we do that. I see. Those lines definitely get fuzzy. That's for sure. But does it look that much better? It does. It's so much zippier at the end. And besides, those things are moving anyway. No one's gonna notice. All right, fair enough. Cool. And now we gotta do some stuff with like the end of tunnel thing. Like this should probably be rotating this little star throughout this time. So we've got that goes to the right. So we'll have it overshoot over there and then zip back this way. It's I don't understand why it can't remember that after I do a couple edits. All right, here we go. This is gonna be a kick-ass video. All right. 5 hours in, getting a little slow, but it's all right. Here we go. I want all of this stuff to rotate, which means from, let's do, where is it? Not like that, like this. Oh no, now those get cut off. That's annoying, but that's easy to change. that like way up and out of here. Nope, not the whole thing, just the top of the path. There we go. And path again on this guy. Drag it all the way down here. And now we're rotating to the right, so we can start off like this. Oh wait, no, like that. And then throughout this time, it's rotating like this. This is gonna get real crazy looking. No, I did not mean to do that. That was so much. Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. Let's see what this does. I have a feeling it's probably gonna rotate way too much, but I'm curious. That's pretty cool looking. But maybe it's a little bit closer, so it's like that instead. Ooh, and then like at the very end, it starts to slide back the other way, where it's almost like horizontal when we get to it. That looks really cool. Cool. Well, this is all working out great so far. Fantastic. And I'm gonna have them like bouncing off of each side as they rotate. It's gonna be super cool. That looks so sick. Like, come on. That's fantastic. All right, here we go. Now here's the tricky bit. We're gonna have to do some shenanigans with each of these. I created a 3D bin. Groups of 3D layers that render together. When you place a 2D layer between two 3D layers, you will create separate bins, which can cause visual changes in your project. Okay. What does that even mean? I've never heard that before, but all right. All right. Here we go. This is going to be for the balls. Move that all the way back over. There we go. All right, what's the other scene that's going to be kind of annoying? This one. And that one. Okay. This is a good one, though. I'm excited about it. I was kind of feeling iffy at the start of the stream, but I think it's really turned into something pretty cool at this point. All right. So we've got... Let me focus on one of these at a time. How do I want them to... So, like, we're getting thrown that way, so I guess they should, like, all be bouncing off, and then... Okay, that's fine. So that one will start here, and within 2 frames, it goes to bonk into this thing, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll bounce back this way, and then 1, 2, 3 should fall here, I guess. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would bounce back off this way. 1, 2, 3 bouncing onto this thing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 back into the air. And 1, 2, 3, 4 coming down over here. Then 1, 2, 3. We would just have it pop back up, honestly. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a doozy to figure out, but we'll get there. You already know I'm going to hit it with the echo pretty hard. let's see how that looks. Let me add that echo to it beforehand. It'll probably look pretty goofy if I don't. We'll do 20 echoes. Ooh, not that crazy. 09 maybe? That's still too much? That's crazy. How does that look? Not too bad. That's crazy looking. That looks insane. What? It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Alright, where are these bits where it's in the air? So it's here. Okay, so here it needs to be at like 400 pixels per second, and then same thing on this one. And on this one as well. Hopefully that makes it feel a little smoother. I just want this section. Okay, that seems to be working okay. I just need to give it some like squash and stuff once we get into objects. So there, and then push it down like that. Maybe not that much though, that's quite a lot. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Be back to where it was. And where does it hit again? Here. So we'll need to go from that to that again. Except it'll need to be rotated, which is a whole other thing, but we'll figure that out. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go there, and then there again. Oh boy. Okay. Oh wait, it should just be all of them are exponential decays. That makes that way easier. Okay, and then I just need to add rotation on each of these, so that one's okay. That looks crazy. Oh, in a good way. All right, and then this one needs to be rotated like this. This one's like that. This one is like this. Okay. Some really small details going on in here, but it's gonna be worth it, I think. And then I need to go in there and figure out which one of these is which to be able to make like little bounces happen. Oh boy. This is a whole thing, isn't it? Ugh. Oh wait, I could just do like a little pulse on the wall wherever that happens, but then I would still need to make it move according to the thing. Alright. There's gonna be some frame by frame shenanigans going on in here. But anyway, let's have this one pop in one frame later, and then the next one frame after that. So this one, just position is actually I'll deal with that afterwards. Okay, so they're all being sent up. So this one will go like, oh wait, they're being sent to the right. Okay, so this one should be, oh, but it's gonna be in a completely different position at this point. Okay, never mind. I have to do it at this spot. So 1, 2 is going to put us down here. It's gonna squish down there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would send us back up. And 1, 2, 3, 4 would put us like over here-ish. Or would we be up here now? I think it's up here. Okay. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Goes back up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is gonna get really confusing. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comes back up. Actually, wait, it should probably be 1, 2. It like sends it up to this point, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up and off of here. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the same amount of points though, right? So I should be able to. Oh, except it is different. Never mind. Okay, so these first two are both exponential decay. Into there, then up here, back down, and it's back down over here. Okay, and then I'll grab the same echo and put it on this one. How does that look? Okay, I need to adjust the amount of or the speed on the keyframe here. 400 pixels per second. Same thing. This one. It's like they're just tumbling around inside of a washing machine or something. Sorry, microphone. And then I guess I'll just need to make them smaller as they get towards there. Actually, wait, no, because we're following them, so it should be fine. They might just need to scale down at like the very end or something. We'll have them scale down to like this size or something. is gonna be so cool. All right, and then one more that we need to do this silliness to. All right, position here. Where does it go is the question. It gets sent up. Oh no, it's down. So it should be from here and then like down off this wall, I think. Which would send it like this. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Send it like over here. Oops. This one will bounce off of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down over to here. 1, 2. Up off this wall. And finally, like toward the center. Okay, then I need to grab each time that it's just sitting in the air, which I believe is here. And then the only other one's at the end, I think. Actually, wait, so it's down, up, okay, this one. How does that look? Oh, I forgot to add echo to it. That would be terrible. Let's watch from the beginning, eh? This is gonna be one of my favorites, I think. Cool. All right, I feel good with those. Moving on. Scene 4. So glad I'm not doing one that has like 20 scenes in it. Okay, so they all like pop through here. That's easy enough. We've got the ground. Which direction are these all moving? It would be like, do I want to do like some slide up situation? Maybe a little bit. Weasel says that looks super cool. Can't wait to see how this turns out. Appreciate it. I am hoping that that is the case. But we'll find out as we move along here. Right, and then this one and this one need to be attached to slide up. Where we will do position here and here. Everything will slide up. This. And hopefully that works. Whoops, that's not the easing. Oh yeah, that's gonna work. So now we've got all of this stuff is slide up. Whoops, I just deleted the whole null, my bad. And then we've got, I guess each of these could be on their own thing. Yeah, that'll work. Let's add all those to this. And 1, 2, oops, this is our short scene. Forgot about that. Starts down here. like sliding back down off screen right after this. Slide down. Very brief pop up here. Dare I also do a slight rotation? Which direction is it going? To the left. Like this, maybe? Something's telling me that's not going to work. How about I make another null for rotation? Attach this to that. Gonna need some hefty parallax going on here. Let's also not have it rotate that much, maybe like 10 degrees? Much better. Okay. And then maybe like one frame where it's not on, or like stuff isn't broken yet. Just like this little bit of ground. Okay, and then the light goes from 100 to 15, back to 100. And we'll do some path animation on this thing. Moving on. These shards will all need to come up. So we'll go up 10. And then back down. Go to like here or something. then each of these individual shards needs to do their own thing. We'll have opacity and 0 there, 100 there. It'll go up to the point it's supposed to be. Ooh, I should do anchor point instead. So that way I can just copy paste it on each one. Aha. There we go. So I'll do that for about the first like 4. And then it's 2 and 2, 2 and 2, 2 and 2, and 1. Alright, now they just gotta rotate like crazy. But that is not the proper point of rotation. Oh, I just made it so I can't do that. Silly me. What if I group this again? And will it be nice to me? Nope. That's okay. That's unfortunate because I am gonna need these to move. So I mean, I could just go back and do position on each one, or I can do path animation on each of these. So it goes from there to this, and then I just rotate it like that. That should do fine, I think. Ooh, looks real confused. Huh. Let's try it again with a larger one so I can see what's actually going on here. I think it's like folding over itself or something. Yeah, I think that's what it's doing. Weird. Or it's just like using the path of least resistance and going the opposite way of what I intended it to do. Yep. That kind of sucks. I wish I could just like add another transform property to this. It would let me do that. But unfortunately, I cannot. So maybe I'll just have to go back and do all of these manually with the position keyframes. It's totally fine. Back over here. And just drag it down. There we go. Now I just need to match all of these up. Unfortunately. Where do these start moving? Which means I'm gonna have to adjust all of the ones at the end as well. That's okay though. Actually, the whole thing's already getting pulled down. I probably don't even need to mess with that. Alright, now it's rotation time. So all the ones on the left side will get this treatment. And then all of the ones on the right side will get the same thing, but in the opposite direction. It'll be 139. That should be it. Much better. Now it's time to mess with these. I'll just do one of them first. I'm gonna add trim paths to this guy. 1%. Except we're going to use the offset to make it look like it's actually moving all the way up. And we'll probably go ahead and increase the size on this, like 18 each. Alright, so we're gonna do 0, probably like 30 actually. Where is that? Okay, never mind. Maybe we'll do like 60 instead. And then it's all the way up to the top, 359-ish. And then all the way back down to like here. And then I need the same thing on this one. Except we're going to make it so we're not animating the offset at all. And instead we're just going from 0 to 100. Well, I guess it wouldn't be 0. It would be like whatever that amount is. I did like 60 over 360, so 16.67. And that should be the exact amount. Cool. And then I went all the way back down to whatever this thing is. And let's see how that works. And we'll do like a couple opacity flashes or something on this. Go down to like 25, back up to 100, down to like 40, and back to 100 again. I think I'm gonna have to manually add echo to this ball though. Okay, so we'll go from 1 to like this amount. Cool, that works great. That looks great. All right, trim paths on this guy then. This is on group 1. And then the trim on group 2. Oh yeah, I forgot I needed to change this to 18. Ooh, and whatever I was doing with the opacity on this, I think that made it look interesting. All right, and then at the same time that all that's happening, we're gonna have this go up to there, starting further down. So let's do this with all 3 of them at the same time. And all of them will start like this much further down. It's looking good. And one more. Okay, so we need the trim paths from this first group. And the trim paths from the second group. And then the opacity. And that should be it, other than making this 18 point. Then each of these will have its own set of deep glow on it later on. Next scene is going to be fun to figure out. But if we manage to get through that last one with perspective, then we're probably set. Look like with that on it. Ooh, cool. That looks pretty fun. All right. moving on. Here we go. Okay, so what does the B sound like here? Okay, so this is when it needs to be fully extended, which means probably by like this point we need to start transitioning to the like front view that we've got here. But actually, I'll probably start doing it here, and then how long is that? Wait, let's do 10 frames from here. All right, so I was pretty close the first try, and then that means these can all be off until that point. Oh boy, what is this thing? Rectangle matte. This is where this is going to sit. Rectangle matte is 28. Turn that off. Okay, now I need to make a bunch of nulls for this stuff. But first we'll go ahead and attach these to rectangle matte, I guess. Or rectangle outline, sure. Alright, so rectangle outline, if this is coming down, this needs to be, this will do position goes 1, 2, 3, come down here, and then all the way back up. And I'll just like flash these two, like hold them up lines so that we know it's like, oh, that thing's grabbing it. I don't even have the ball in this scene. I need to grab that from the boards. Better it's hidden somewhere? No, I just forgot to add it, I guess. We are getting there. Okay, so this will be ball. All of that will be at that point. Okay, so the way I'm thinking about doing this is having the two side anchor points move down within like however long, like 8 frames or something, and then the back half does the same thing but like 3 frames offset from the first one. The ball doesn't need to be attached to anything, I don't think, but we'll go ahead and drop it on there for now. So it'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up into the air, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Comes back down. 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just barely off. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, this is, I mean, I'm gonna have to do another transition thing as this is happening. Okay, we'll figure that out when it comes to it. Put this back down. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. It's getting a little bounce cycle going. Raised, glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, and then by this point, it'll be inside of here or whatever. And it'll just bounce around within that box or something. But for now, I will set it up like a normal bounce. Okay. Alright, then I need whatever echo I had on these guys. Goes on this. Okay. And now for the not so fun part. Here we go. Persian Rex says, "Hi Austin, hope you're well. Thank you so much for streaming." Of course, I'm glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully it's not too late your time. Alright, this is the reference bar. And then we've got top all the way to the bottom. So it would be that to that, that, that. Okay. Wait, what? Why does it never order them properly? I don't understand why this happens. Okay. Here we go. So what's gonna happen here is we are going to take, actually wait, does this work with skew? I think. That would be really nice. Ooh, that could totally work, so that I don't have to do a million different like points to nulls things going on. So it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then for however far that needs to move, I guess it would be like halfway there. And then we would need position to go from there to there. If this works, I'm gonna be so happy. Where does this one fall again? Oh, that's where it hits it. Perfect. So that's where the next one would start. So let's actually get it to that point. Oh, that doesn't fix like the next, like the back half needing to slide down though. I totally forgot to use these. Whoops. Let's see if we can get it to work though. And then do I just have to do like an anchor point thing on top of this? I don't know how well that's gonna work. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Thank you. It might. Let's try it. So we got this one, transform, and then I need to do the position manually. How much further does it go down? So 836.5. Minus 939.5. It's plus 103. Doesn't seem like that worked. Oh, it's because I forgot to change the axis to 90. That all works. There's just that gap in the center for some reason. I don't quite know why. I mean, it's gonna be annoying, but it's gonna be way better if I do this with the path or points to nulls. So I'm gonna need it for both of these. And we'll call these, wait, I can't see which one is which. That's annoying. Which one's this one? Okay, that one's the back half. So 7 BR, 7 BL, TL, TR. Okay. Let's just get all these set up and then we can figure it out from there. All right, let's keep on going. That's all for group 7. And then we need all of it for group 4. More for this one. Okay, all of those are good. Ooh, maybe the first bit gets like thrown down and then the next one's like do an exponential growth. That could be how it happens. Why don't I check to make sure this works before I do a billion things with it? That would probably be good. So BR gets attached to TR and then BL to TL. TR to TR, TL to TL. All right, so ER and on both of those needs to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Moves all the way down here. Okay, we're looking good so far. And then the back ones need to do like within 5 or 6 or something, or maybe that would be TL on each one. Okay, why are these not? Oh, am I gonna have to parent each of these to rectangle outline as well? Rectangle outline. Okay. Much better. I guess these will just have to be at the very end. Okay, so these will be exponential growth. And these will be exponential decay. is it so far down by the end of that? PR and PR. It should be like up here. What's the problem here? Okay, so that definitely doesn't work. What about... Oh, is my After Effects about to crash? Oh, it wasn't letting me select keyframes for a second. Okay. What if we do a middle peak situation where it's like 67% on either side? Maybe that would do better. And then it does it again when it gets tapped again. Ah, they're not in the right position though. This is difficult. ER and TR need to move down just slightly. Okay. Whew. Ray says, how do you manage multiple projects simultaneously? Make sure that some of them are in pre-production and while others are in production, so you're not having to animate on all of them all at once. Is ideal. Doesn't always work out that way, but also having other people to help on projects is incredibly valuable. Okay, so what if these are just like 2 frames later and are also exponential decays? Okay, that doesn't look like it's rotating. And let's try something else with the, it's like this. Maybe it's because I don't have a little like white border on that bit. Would that help? Because I can add a stroke to each of those things. Why don't I do that actually? Add a stroke that is the same white color. Okay. Maybe it just needs more reference. Okay, and then it all happens again here, but good to know at least that it works mostly how it's supposed to. Okay, so we need another one happening here. Means I need group 3 path, points follow nulls. And then what is it? Down, I can't remember. That's group 3 dash TR 3 dash TL BL and 3 dash BR. BR is to TR, is BL is to TL, and then each of these needs to be doing the same thing. Okay. And then we've got, what else? There was something else that I meant to do. Oh yeah. The TRs and TLs need to be attached to 28, which is rectangle outline. Okay, and now I should be able to do the next one. Okay, so it should now be each of these. We don't need any of those anymore. Need TR and TL and TR and TL position for each of those. Cool. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So TR and TR. Whoa, where's... like we're missing one in between entirely. That's odd. I'm gonna go ahead and remove the set mat temporarily so I can make sure these are all in the right spot. They're not. That would explain that. Okay. So I need to adjust the position of each of these. And then I need to understand why that big, oh, it's because they need to be all moving down throughout the whole time. Got it. Okay, so these actually go from, okay. So I should have been doing it the whole time. Got it. All right, we're going to continue adding more of these then. And then I might end up just parenting everything to that first set of things there. But we will see. So we got to 3, now we need to do 5. All of this stuff is so out of order. And the last one, number 2, points follow nulls. Move all these over. Which one's this one? 2-TR. Whoops, I just started typing T instead of 2. My brain is going to mush. Okay, so all of those should work now. And then let me see if I can get away with parenting each of these things. So we've already got keyframes on 7s, so why don't we do all TRs are set to 7TR. Same thing with the BRs. God, I can't read like half of this stuff. There's just so many random things here. Naming convention is not great. I should have color coded these. Okay, and then TLs Wait, did I do it for that one also? Okay. TL, 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 TL. All of those get attached to 7TL. And then EL. All of those will get attached. And I'm really gonna hope it works, so I only have to do like 2 sets of keyframes. That would be very nice. It seems like it works so far. Okay, now if I turn the set map back on, does it still look good for that first bit? Okay, alright. And now give me TR and TL. And then the same thing just keeps happening. So how far did we move there? It's 732, negative 732.8. Plus 940.8. Okay, so we're adding 208 every time. And that should be exactly right. Maybe a little more. 209. Okay, cool. No prob. And then same thing again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Just in case it happens there again. Plus 209. And then one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wait, it won't happen again. Okay, cool. Easy enough. And then we just get to do this for every single one of these. But now at least that side should be taken care of. And then this one is 2 frames after each of these. It should do the same thing. And then what is the situation of this first one? It's 33 and 23% influence. Essentially the same. Okay, let's see if that worked. I don't know about that one, dog. The easing's a little messed up, I would say. What if we just did... what if those were all easy? It just doesn't look great. What if it doesn't happen on every bounce? It just happens off the first one. We go from there to there and there to there. This one will be an exponential decay. This one, on the other hand, will be like 69% influence on either side. That doesn't work. But I also don't want it to be the exact same, so don't want it to end up being so, like... Like, I can tell that they're moving at the same time. I mean, it kind of looks like it's rotating. I wonder if I made it like slightly arced or something, if it would actually look like that. Because that would be like, ooh. Yeah, I would need to like cut a circle in on each side. That would get tricky. All right, let's do, it goes back at this point. Over here. And then we're trying to get like back to this spot or halfway. Great. I love when that just doesn't work. Really fun. All right, how about this? Didn't even get to see it. All right, we need to figure out what to do with this thing. So the front of shape, we're not even gonna worry about the accents right now. Front of shape needs to be like this. Would it be, it should be a middle peak, I believe. Let's try that. So I'm looking for path, whoops. Okay, so it's all the way over there by that point, which if it's a middle peak, it should probably be happening a little more than 10 before. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at this point. And it'll be so small at the beginning. I mean, it's going to be like a pixel wide. And then it'll start moving over. And we'll do like 75% on either side. Nah, screw it. We're just gonna full send it and make it like slap over there, overextend, and then shoot back. All right. Not gonna be able to get that thing looking like it rotates though, I don't think. Unless I had the exact same thing on like the opposite side here and it was all like black and white instead. Oof, that gets messy. And then when it gets over there, we'll go like 1, 2, and then send the path over a little bit more than it should be, and then back to where it was. Yusuf says, love you from Egypt. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see you. It's probably crazy late over there, or it's really early, because now it's getting to be 9 p.m. here for me. All right. All right. We're gonna have to start dealing with those lines in a bit. Okay, I need this ball to bounce 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 one more time. Ah, shoot, but it's not gonna get. Ah, crap. That's unfortunate. If this is closer here, no. Okay, that doesn't work. I need this ball to be able to get into this thing before those other things show up. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And I don't think it's possible. It goes up like a little bit longer on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That put it down in time. Almost. I mean, I can tell it slows down, but other people probably won't notice, so whatever. Alright, and then we would be in here, and then to probably get like sent over this way. And then another 2, we'd be like up here, and then down here, and we're just bouncing off the walls at this point. Let's see how well that works. I'm gonna need to up the velocity on each of those. The base velocity, it's a little too low right now. All right, and then each of these will pop in at the necessary time. Why did I do it like that? That was silly of me. I'll just have to do some path animation, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, wait, no, it should still work. I guess I should make it so that these are like off here, and then they speed up into this. Okay, and then this thing will be like way longer than it is now. And then that means that this one would probably also be longer. And then we'll do I guess it should do the same thing, where it like comes way up to the top and then comes back down. Over the lack of commentary here, I'm losing energy rapidly. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing with this one. Alright, I need to give this ball some arcs in the position at the end here. So that is what I'm going to do. Because it's too even, so like it goes there, then when it's, by the time it's up there, it should probably be like that. Then we can do something entirely different. Once it bounces up there, then down there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't want it to go beneath there though. And we'll try this. I mean, that works pretty well. Maybe we move this out a tiny bit, so it has a little bit more breathing room. That feels like it's a little too close to there. Let's just see where this should have landed. Probably like there. Boy, is that the... That's crazy. That is the exact same spot that it shows up in the next one. Even it won't be there at that point, but that's just kind of strange. That looks pretty good. I wasn't too sure about it at the beginning, but it feels a lot better now. Oh, I think I'm gonna have to animate the individual gradients on this thing though. Oh boy. It should have the same start and end point for each one though, I think. The answer on that one is no. That's where it starts moving over. So by that point, which it should just be, which one of these would it be? What? Why is the still like, why is it planted? That's weird. They're gonna really mess things up if I go like this. Whoa. That looks strange. I'm curious about if I move it this way and then also scale it at the same time. It should theoretically. What? Why is the anchor point? Why is it just moving it? That's so strange. Am I able to do that with this? Okay. Okay, well it works this way, so I guess that's how I'll do it. Okay, we're going to start here with the position and scale. And then at this point, move it all the way over where this is like in the center and we've squished everything down to like this size. And hope that that works. I mean, didn't really do a whole lot, honestly, but maybe it makes it look a bit better than it did before, and I just am not realizing because I've been looking at it for too long. But, oh well. Alright, now to deal with other like overarching movement as well as the transition out of this thing. Oh boy, there are so many things up here. Alright, we're gonna say slide over. And all of these things are gonna be attached once this thing gets hit. So it's gonna go like here and then off screen, or maybe not off screen, but moved over this way. And then we'll have another null on top of that, I guess, that's slide right. That one will be attached to. And then from here, we'll slide everything back over this way. How does that look? Oh, it's the music in the background. I was like, where is the snapping noise coming from in the song? Okay, and then every time this thing gets hit, by the ball, I want to do a little teeny tiny bit of bounce. And I'm hoping this doesn't mess everything up too badly. That worked. Maybe move it down a little bit more. Cool. Alright, so now to deal with these lines that are holding everything up. This one is the right one. Then I need a duplicate of that right later. And then I need, oh, is there gonna be another one on top of that? No, I think that's fine. And then this one is left. Okay. So when this slide over starts happening, I need this one to go from here to here. Just wherever this one is. Okay, and then leave it to the one on the left. To be able to handle, oh wait, I can just have the one on the left be gone by this point. And then we're just back down to 2 again. And then this one can just continue over here. Where does that one stop moving? Does it work now? It seems like it. It doesn't quite look as 3D as I want, but it's really not a big deal. It's weird for that other one to just stay sitting there. I might make it attached to just the black bit, I'm not sure. And then we've only got 3 more scenes left. 1, 2, well, technically 4, but I don't really count that last one. Alright, I need to grab some food. I'm gonna take a quick 10-minute or so break, and then I will be right back. In fact, I'm gonna put up a little sign so everybody knows, just like our intern Ronell does, because I think it's fun. There we go. All right. See y'all in a sec. Alrighty, y'all. Let's wrap this puppy up, shall we? A brisk sprint to the finish, so to speak. Let's do it. Face isn't so dark. The purple lights fell off. Wow, that's bright. I've looked directly at that. There we go. All right. Well, anyway. They're back. Can't believe that there's still 13 of you that have been sitting here while I ate my Greek yogurt. All right. No more of this BRB nonsense. I think this is turning out to be one of my favorite ones I've ever made. It just feels good. Himanshu, oh, you've been here the whole time. That's crazy. Appreciate ya. Alright, we gotta make these lines flex a little bit. Here we go. We're gonna say stroke width up to however much this is. Sure, 34. Why not? Roth says, hey, how's it going, Austin? It's going well. It's getting to be a late night for animating, but we're getting there. We're making it happen. Okay, give me the stroke width on this one. What's up, Ronell? How you doing? I agree. The waiting screen was simply phenomenal. Truly could not ask for anything better. Alright, I'm gonna make just like 2 more sets of these things. Alright. Don't need that one. Both of these need to be attached to 32 rectangle outline. Cool. Roth says, what's the time for you right now? It is 9:37 p.m. I'm gonna move these in a tiny bit, I think. I just don't like that they go outside of the thing there. Let me fix that. All right, we're gonna do position and then another position keyframe here. Same one there and same one here. And we'll move this one in slightly. And then we'll move this one in slightly as well. And now that should work. I'm really gonna have to hand keyframe this. Okay, now it works though. Yeah, that just feels so nice. Roth says same time zone. Mr. Grease says, OMG, that's my time. This is only the second time I've done one of those tunnel things since Metamorphosis, and already this one is way better, I would say. Alright, let's keep on grooving though. We are now on to 6. This one's going to be ridiculously easy compared to that one. Do you see the amount of nulls that we had to make for each of the points on those paths for that thing? And it's only like half of that scene too. All right, here we go. So what we're going to have here is a null, and it's going to be slide. Everything is going to be attached to it that is not attached to something already. Goes there, and then what happens on this one? Oh, it pulls down again. Okay. Easy enough. Everyone else says, wow, this looks insane already. Shielding my eyes. Dude, it's going to be great. Roth says, do you use Overlord to import shapes and gradients into After Effects? Yes, they do. It would simply not be done if I did not have it. Toyosi says, hi, Austin, you're doing a great job. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let's keep going. I'm here for this. Me too. It's going to be good. I'm excited to post it. I mean, I still have to, like, there's still a bunch of different things we got to get through, and I'm already at the 7-hour mark, but I'm not going to hit 10. Not going to hit 10 hours. I'll probably finish within the next, like, hour and a half, I think. And I'm okay with that. You know, I took a week off, a little out of practice, but we're getting back into it. It's good. Oh, this ball is not supposed to be here yet. The ball probably won't show up until here, maybe. All right, I'm gonna need to pull this up slightly. That anticipation doesn't work. That's all right. I need a vertical on this one. And we'll do like a slight pull up, then to get pulled back down. Nope. Ease copy is not being my friend this evening. But that's all right. All right, and then we're gonna do a spiral. Nope, it's the cone raise. It goes from there to there. Am I rotating the right way? I think I meant to have it do the opposite. Oh yeah, that'll work. And then it'll do going backwards as it moves down. Go. What does that look like? Never thought of rotating a cone that way. Yeah, I was surprised it worked as well as it did, because I didn't think it would actually make it feel like a cone and it was just going to look like a pyramid or something, but it works. All it is just, it's just a little like set of pie slices, that's it. It's so fun. And it looks like it expands out as it moves down, which is cool. I gotta make it move the other way. So it'll be negative 227 instead. And then like negative 20. I think it moves too much. What if I do negative 180 instead? I think it might have looked better the other way. Now I'm just confused. All right. Let's try like negative 135. You should turn Windows system sound down too loud. Is it set up high? Ooh, it sure is. There we go. Roth says, are those colors going to be gradients? I mean, they already are. They're just like not super extreme. Like there's a little teeny tiny bit of the gradient down on each one, and I can go back and edit it to where you can see more of the gradient, but there's like there's so many of these things. But I'll bring them up to the bottom. At least on the ones that it's kind of going to rest on. Maybe just add a vignette on the circle layer. I mean, that would work. But that could work. All right. I shouldn't be sitting here nitpicking your awesome work, man. No. You're good. I don't think that's what you're doing at all. I appreciate the suggestions. It's always helpful. All right. Cone base. Okay, let's deal with this spiral thing real quick. Okay, I need one of these to be like, let's do like 4 point. And then another one inside of this that's going to be like 18 or something. And then this one, it's going to be kind of similar to what we did on the other one. Trim paths, we're going to say that it's at 0.1. And then the offset's going to have it start like here. This might even need to be bigger than 18. Maybe you do like 25. That'd probably work. And then we go from there all the way to the top, which is a little bit more complicated than it seems because, well, I guess it should work. Okay, so we need 359 and 0. Okay, that's not gonna work. We're gonna need this to be already set to like 45 degrees per second, maybe. It gets there, and then it just teleports to the top. That's not gonna work. Let's do 180. So starts down there. Already moving. But where is it going? Oh. I see the problem here. It's getting cut off by the mat there. Okay, let's get it like halfway there and then we'll speed it up at the end. So we'll get it to like that point and then it'll speed off. How many frames is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just not gonna work. We'll have it happen a little bit later. And then I guess I'll want, oh wait, the echo that I was gonna do, I can do with with something else. Where we just do end and then it's up to like that much and then it comes back down. Ooh, that won't work. Unless we make it go like that. That will do nicely. Okay. That's annoying. That little cutout right there. Gonna cause me problems. So we'll just change the stroke width at that one point. Huzzah. No one can stop me now. Okay, and then after this frame, that one will be gone. It looks like it just phases through that top part. It doesn't even go around it. I have to adjust that, won't I? It's really hard to see it though. I'll have to add some like counterpart to it or something. Isuki says hi. Welcome, welcome. Glad to see it. How are we back to 20 viewers? What is going on here? It's late, y'all. You gotta get some sleep. Unless it's the crowd that's waking up now. While it is still nighttime for me. Or just getting into nighttime. Alright. And then I need the same sort of thing with this. So let's try that out. Add trim paths. And where does it go? From here to here. All right, that's not too bad. Okay, so it's gonna be like in the middle of this. And then it gets to here. And then all the way to the end. Oh, it's way easier to see now. Sugi says it's nighttime for me too, but can't sleep. Well, I'm glad you're here. This is looking so cool. I'm so excited to do that scene with the eye. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be such a good thing to put in a reel too. Whew. Alright, here we go. And then let's have the spiral sort of fly back out. Like it's up there at that point. Let's have it be gone by. Ooh, I don't like that it just is completely gone by that point. It feels like it shouldn't be that abrupt. Maybe like that, I don't know. Even that still feels pretty abrupt. It just all completely disappears there at the end. And then as it like gets to the end here, I'll just make the stroke width go away so it kind of fades off. There we go. That feels much cleaner. All right, that just means this ball needs to pop up here. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll actually start it like over here. Right. And then I want this to be like, have to curve to go out there. So it follows the path a bit more. Ooh, and then I need the same echo that this thing had. Okay, don't know what that meant. Oh, that's so satisfying. What? That feels so cool. I mean, there's really just times where it just feels like magic, you know? Just like pulling off a magic trick on somebody. Okay, that one is too much. I need to do like 150 pixels. Oh, okay. effects. Please don't crash. It very well might. Okay, it didn't. Nope, there it goes. All right, hold on. We gotta reopen After Effects. I saved right before I did that though, so I'm pretty sure we're good. Whew. That's really unfortunate. It's reopening right now. And we're booking it to the finish line. I think we got... Okay, yeah, we're fine. That feels so good. All right, I need to get this number right. It's like 250 or something. No, it still hangs on. It hangs on just a little teeny tiny bit too long. It feels so nice. Oh, it's so cool. All right, now we get to go to this scene. I get to animate one of these and then just copy paste this a bunch of times and we're good. Okay. All right, and then it's figuring out this eyeball, which is going to be a whole thing, but whatever. One second, y'all. Let's do it. All right. Here's our one thing we need to animate. So we'll have each of those up there. And then what needs to happen? The lock doesn't show up. It takes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 frames to close, maybe? 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So the lock won't be there till then. I'll put a little marker down. And then that means that, what we got here? So top chest, we've got the version when it's lit is this path. Okay, so it's closed there. It's open there. That size-ish. Except now it's like in front of everything? I don't quite understand how that works. Okay. So then I need to take this thing and put it here. So each of these is doing the same thing at the right time. Okay. So all of that's moving down. None of the accent elements need to show up until here. When it actually closes. There we go. So all those are gone until that point now. And then what else do we need to do here? we need to have some overshoot when it does close. So to do that, we should take this path and go down 2 and say, oops, I need this thing. Down to here-ish. And do the bottom pieces also need to come down? Just a little bit, I guess. Oh, that's perfect timing on that too. Oh, except that one's gonna have to happen way sooner, but all of the other ones can close at that time, or like start closing around that time. But how much longer is this scene up for? Because I would really like for this to be able to close starting the next scene. But I don't know how feasible that is. We'll figure it out. It's fine. All right, so all those are good. Then the lock itself needs to appear here. So we'll do 1, 2 down. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 back up. We'll have that position happen one later. Wish it were just slightly offset. I think that works. Okay, and then maybe we can have this thing go from here to here and then back. Like select all these and then have it snap back up. That could be kind of fun. That did not go back up. Oh, because I accidentally, I see. Got it. Fixed it. And then the whole like chest itself can like pop up a little bit and then come back down. That should work, right? Right? I would think so. What to do about this light though? The path can go from here all the way to this point. And then what happens here? It's like gone at this point. Actually, we'll have it fade off a little bit. But now it's basically gone by there, so. Animate the endpoint of the gradient. Oh yes, that was the thing I was going to do next. Good call. Would it be start? I guess it's both. Okay. Move this one down and move this one down. Okay, and then I need to figure out how to get this black box not appearing until I need it to. So top of chest closed would appear 1, 2, 3, 4. Have this flicker a little bit, I guess. We've got our opacity thing going on, but I think I want to do like a 85 there and 100 there. Makes it feel a little more real. And then we need everything that was in there to bounce up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So like up just a tiny bit. And then 1, 2, 3. With a little bit of overshoot. It sounds like fun. Ooh, can't have that. Base has got to be up above that now. That doesn't work. We'll have ground and then backing. There we go. And we'll do a little teeny tiny bit of rotation. I think that's a little too much rotation. Let's do like -6. That's fun. And now we'll just need to do some little accent element dudes. Instead of position, I'll do anchor point so that I don't have to do it twice for everything. Then I guess I'll add some trim paths to it after. What? Oh, I was gonna say, why didn't it add it to this? Oh, go ahead and put the accents behind. Anything else? All of the opacity keyframes last way too long on this. And now they all move up too much together. Trim paths is a great idea. Okay, which of these are lines? That's the question. Everything except the first two. Good to go. Okay. Trim paths. Did it add it to this one? Oh, it didn't. That feels a lot better. Okay. And now we gotta have this one start right at the end. Okay. And for all these other ones, all of the other ones will be around this point. this is like all the way over here. This other one is all the way over here. And then fix this one up so that all of these can go to the top and move over. Cool. And then, okay, I think After Effects might crash again. Don't think it's going to though, now. It just likes to make me think it's going to. Alright, let's make these purple, move them all the way down here. Alright, then we'll do like bot row, top row, and mid row. All of these will get attached to that. They're all just going to get attached to their respective nulls now. Roth says maybe make the position keyframes a little bit less. That's probably just me though. Could be. I'll take a look at it when we're in more of like the accent element check through phase once everything else is done. Hazem says you're the best, Austin. I appreciate you. Metaverse No says, hey, I just woke up and your live stream is the first thing that I saw. Well, good morning. Alright, and then I need one for all. And I'll make sure to have all of these attached to that one. And we're gonna do the position moving down. That's so cool. That cut works so well. Crazy. All right, and then bot row and top row. Let's have top or bot row come in from the left and top row come in from the right. I mean, I guess it would make sense for this one to come in from the right as well. Since that is the direction that all of the other stuff came in. And then top row will do like whatever half this number is, so it's not moving quite as much. Cool. Then what happens with this one is it moves to the right, left, and then that should actually work perfectly. I'm having the bottom one move more because the what am I looking for? I think the bottom one should move faster because it's actually like the perfect size compared to like this thing spinning. Okay, then all I need to do on this one is say right, and we'll say all is attached to that. And then I don't know, like here. we'll start sliding everything over this way. This is so cool. Alright, and then on these, just for fun, I'm gonna make them like slightly offset, so I don't know, like this one will be here, and this one will be all the way out here. This one will be like this, so that they all shut at slightly different times. That should work. Ooh. Cool. I have the middle row have a slight, like very, very slight movement. Which way is this moving? To the left at the beginning. I feel like it would sell it just a little bit more. These work. Oh yeah. It's just got that little bit of movement on it, and it's good. I feel like as these shut, I kind of want to, not the middle one, but the rest of them when they shut should have like a little flash behind it or something. I don't know. Let me watch it all the way through. Oof, this one feels so good. By comparison, I think this is the best one I've ever made. I feel like I say that often, but boy, does it really feel like it. There we go. Onto the beast. It is the eye. Or this is just, oh, like the outline lid thing. All right, and then where is this thing at? Definitely the best one yet. I agree. Imanchu says, oof. Yeah, I agree. A good one. It's a good one. Alright, I think starting here, this will be where it needs to start opening. So let's have it be 0% here. Why is that not? Okay. This needs to be attached to this. There we go. Oh wait, then I actually don't even need this center line, I think. Oh, okay, I see. I do need it. All right, and then by the time it gets over here, it would be fully opened. So we'll do like a 65%, 70%. We'll just try 70 and see if that works. Cool. All right, so I need a path keyframe from this for this thing. Somewhere. I don't know when it's going to happen yet, but there it is. All right, and then this center line thing is going to be set to not open mat, but main eye base, not inverted. No, not inverted. There we go. It was being weird. All right. So ball needs to pop out of here. Let's make the ball move first, shall we? It eventually gets down to here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Probably more like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and then we need to figure out the like anti-gravity thing that's going on here. Oh boy. Alright, so it'll be up there, and then it starts like over and just slightly down. And then all of this stuff will actually need to slide over to the right. So we'll call this one slide. And then everything that's not attached to something will get attached here. That does cause problems for the ball though. So I think it just won't be attached to anything. It says Roth says, wait, Austin, where do you get those recaps made? Really need one for myself with my branding. We originally got them from Vistaprint. I'm pretty sure there's like some subsidiary of Vistaprint, but they actually don't sell the same type of cap anymore for some reason. So we're trying to find another place that has like the same quality stuff, but I haven't found one yet. So we're still figuring it out. Oh yeah, I was looking for the ball from the past stuff so I could grab it. Boom. And then I already know that this thing is going to need to be like 400 pixels per second. More than that. What are we looking at, like 600? I had this coming even sooner. There's no way that I'm gonna make this like 800 pixels per second. Oh, that's a little bit too much. So like 600 maybe? It looks really good quality. Yeah, it's a really nice one. It's got like this like piece of cardboard or something in the front so that it like keeps its shape longer. That quite a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How do you know the pixels per second? You click on the keyframe, right click, hit keyframe velocity, and then you can see this like section. I know you can't see it on my screen right now, but it says like speed and then 600 pixels per second, but it's really just like guessing until it looks right. It's just raising like the velocity floor, I guess is what I like to call it. Okay, and then it needs to like push down a little bit here. Push the button in. Oop, 1 second. I'll actually be back in just a few. I'm getting a call. 1 second. He has returned once again. Anyway, let's see. Questions in the chat. Annie says, I see you raise the velocity floor from the graph editor and it's kind of a mess because then you have to do it for both sides and messed up the curves. Can you pull up the graph of these 3 keyframes real quick? Just want to see how raising that affected the graph. Oh, yeah, sure thing. So you can't really tell because I've got these other keyframes in here, but this is like slightly raised off the ground. I wish that the scale was better so that you could actually see like how raised it is. You can kind of see it there if I move that in, but it's just like slightly raised up off the floor. But I'm gonna move this back to how it was. And I think I was gonna do something like that. Oh yeah, and then like pop back up to the top. All right. Whew. Sorry, y'all. I know that took a minute, but anyway, we're back. Cindy says, apologies for being 4 hours behind. Question, what is the echo effects actually doing for you inside the first ball? Echo is always confusing to me. If you press tilde, it makes it full screen. You are so right. But yeah, I mean, you can see that like little gap there. Just raising it off of the ground. I mean, you can see the other values here. Like you could go all the way up to like 50,000 pixels per second or something. But Cindy, what Echo is doing in that first ball is essentially just making like smears on every single shape that's inside of there. So it's just, it makes it feel a little more full. Like you can kind of see it here, but really it's just making it so that like there's less like negative space in those in that orb because you've got all of these shapes that are smearing instead of just like 1 or 2. But it's a pretty subtle echo. Like it's not really that much on top of it, but you can really see it once it gets down into here. It's like a full ball still. But anyway, let me take a look at this so I can remember where we're at. Ani says, oh, by the way, it's Ani. Hee. Well, thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it. All right, here we go. Okay, now we gotta figure out how to do this thing. Oh boy. Gotta bounce up off of here. Oh boy, that's confusing. And it goes 1, 2, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, actually, I don't even need to have it like go inside the thing like I was thinking I was going to need to earlier. Ani says, all right, but I'm out. Excited to see the result tomorrow. Me too. I am equally as excited. Thanks for hanging. Hope you have a wonderful day / evening / whatever is happening in your time zone. Okay, pops it out. Oh, whoops. I did this backwards. 14 of you still here somehow. Crazy. Roths is back. Welcome, welcome. Reynolds has just got a Food Lion ad. That's funny. Dude, Ronell, you're still here? Bro, it's late, dude. Don't you go to bed early? Oh, you did. That would be really funny. If I could manage to get this open mat to be set mat to the, what's it called? Dude, it's like main eye based. Does that work? No, it doesn't. Funny though. Okay, so I need this to not be so wide at the beginning, which means I'm gonna need to do this. Still putting it on the outside, that's crazy. Why don't I have that thing get larger when it hits the ball? Or once the thing hits the button. Ooh, yeah, as it opens, it's supposed to... See, it's a good thing I left a note for that. Chilling out, so tragic. Michael says, surprised you're still animating, keep at it. Yeah, me too. I did just take like a 30-minute break, though. Also, this is a really good one, so I'm fine with it. Ooh. What if it... Roth says, did the ball overlap the pipe thing? It's actually going to be a button, and so the button's going to get like pressed and then pop back up, and that's what's going to make it like expand and do all sorts of different stuff, and also like change the direction of the gravity. But anyway. Okay, so we got... That's what we should do. Yeah, I really gotta fix that thing so it's not coming up inside of there. Let's have the whole thing open once the ball gets hit as well. Or no, once the ball hits it for the first time is, which happens here. Here we go. Let's compress the button, shall we? Button is here. That's the base of the button, and then we've got the top bits, or the bits that'll actually move. That. Okay, so it hits it there. I need like a little line down here, I think. A little 1 pixel line of this same blue color. And then I want to add, this is to conduit. That's hot, but also it'd be kind of cool. Okay, and then now I need the gravity indicator, triang, and base. That's the air conditioning. I was like, is it raining hard again? Now is not the time. Okay. And then what? Oh wait, why don't I just make it the color of the background? definitely going to end up taking off that insane glow on that. But whatever. For now, it's fun. All right, screw the deep glow. Okay, now the triangle needs to rotate. Let's do negative 180 instead. Ooh, actually, let's do negative 90, and then instead we can have the whole indicator rotate with it. That should look a little more interesting. I think. Wait, what? I thought that was going to end up making it like become a 45-degree angle, but I don't know. I do that? Did I like over rotate it or something? Oh, I think it's because I did this to negative 90 and I meant to do it to like negative 45 or something. Ooh, interesting. Having it be red or something first? That could be cool. I think I need to have it do some like scale up and down thing when it gets hit. need some anticipation, fellas. One second, yeah. Let's do like 70% on either side to like have it scaled down and then go back in. I'm probably gonna end up having to do some sort of, what's it called? Some sort of, geez, why can't I think of things right now? I'm so tired. Some sort of anticipate, or some sort of 3D thing to like position. Happen to it. So go from here up to here. Happen, come back out. That looks crazy. And not in the good way. Roth says, what about having the square another color? Oh yeah, I feel like right now you don't really feel like it's a switch for gravity. Yeah, I think like we might need some sort of like lines to show like gravity is currently going down, and then like they all switch directions once it gets hit or something. I don't know. All right, so here's the thing I think I'm having the most problems with. I don't want this path thing happening anymore. It's just gonna bump into it, and that's just how it's gonna be. All right. Let's try and get through the rest of this as fast as possible. Okay, this thing needs to stop happening. None of this scale stuff. What about instead of the square turning 45, reposition the arrow inside and just have it turn a full 180? Like the whole square turning 180. I see what you're saying, I think. But I feel like having it be 45 also shows like, gives it more indication. Oh, I see what you're saying. That makes sense. Okay, let's try that. Gravity indicator. And this thing will be a full negative 180. And this will just over rotate and then sling back. Did that not? What? Oh, weird. It didn't add it to the right one. Okay, so this one will go to, wow, is it even, okay. Why did I just do that? There we go. Doesn't seem to be working quite right. I think that overshoot just makes it more confusing about what's happening. This just take too long to open? Could that be part of it? That's definitely part of it. Maybe I can do something with this. Where like there's a little blue flash that happens. That's not gonna do it. Yeah, we need some other indicator or something. I just don't know what it's gonna be. Rashaf says you're still alive. Yeah, somehow. I took too many breaks this evening, it would seem. I gotta fix the points for this. Ooh, what if? Oh, okay, I have the idea. Have the idea. Here we go. In the background, behind everything, we're gonna make it so this has no fill. It's got a gradient fill, and within that gradient, the colors are going to be the blue and the black, and then make this point go all the way up here. This point's all the way down here, and like fading up into. Okay, that doesn't quite work with the button, but we can get that out. And this part's gonna have no opacity. Oh, and then that means that we should be able to just have it be in front of all of this stuff. Whew. Cindy says, I tease my kids about watching gamers streaming, but now I'm totally addicted to watching this. Really helps my confidence to see your problem solving process. The piece is so fun and beautiful. I appreciate it. I'm really like out of my wits right now. I'm just so tired, but I like only have 20 more minutes or whatever that I'll probably take on this, so I'm just gonna see it through, but I appreciate that. Rashad says, I wish I had the energy to stay dedicated to the same thing for 8+ hours. Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse, I guess. Roth says, good night. Excited to see Final Runner tomorrow. It was fun to be here. I hope I wasn't too annoying with my ideas. No, not at all. I really appreciate it. Glad to see you. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Michael says, yeah, this idea, though. It'll be good, I think. But it's not centered. It's just going to have to be above everything. At the ground. Except for all of these things. Okay, that should do it. Okay, this needs to be, actually it shouldn't be attached to anything. It's only at this point here that it turns on. I think that works. I'll still have to do the zoom in thing, but we'll do that on like a pre-comp or something after. Be able to get to this thing. Michael says, any news on the next motion design challenge? By the way, I missed the last one. News coming this week, TBD. So be on the lookout for that. Noah and I still got to decide some prompts and other things like that, but we are working our way through it, I promise. And it's going to be even cooler than the last one. Let's make this go down a tiny bit and then back up. I can have like another one of these that's like behind the button. Oh, that's gonna work great. I think we got it. Yeah, that'll do it. Let's just go up about, except for not quite like in the, yeah, okay, this will work. We're good. Now it's just messing with the eye. All together. Time to mess with the inside bits of this, and we're good. Rashab says, for the challenge, can we submit in our works as someone who's just starting out as a noob? All the submissions for the last challenge were pretty polished. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there were plenty of people in the last one who also were just starting out in those sorts of things. I mean, this challenge is going to be a little different, and you'll see soon why, but I would definitely encourage you to participate. Rashab says, which kind of makes me feel scared to throw in my submission because it might seem laughably rough and amateurish. I mean, we're going to be there to give you feedback and those sorts of things. Nobody's going to be there to just like laugh at you or anything, because we don't know like what the experience level is of each person who's submitting and those sorts of things. So each one is taken with a grain of salt, and you know, we're just going to give whatever feedback we think might be helpful, and we're not just going to sit there and like rag on you or make it a personal thing by any means. We're going to give constructive criticism and praise for the things we do like and those sorts of things. So I definitely would not like restrict yourself to not submitting because you're worried about seeming amateurish. Would it look ridiculous if I did this that I'm about to do? Okay, maybe not that much rotation. think the rotation looks a little funny. Something I might be able to do though is a little squish this way. How do I keep doing this? I just had a clip posted on Shorts and Instagram and all those things the other day where I thought I accidentally deleted a project and I just had the same thing happen. I just somehow closed out of the comp. But at least now I know. I wonder what I could do with this. Where's the line? Center line. Cool. I can move this around. Isn't that fun? I'm even gonna mess with the stroke width because I'm feeling crazy. That feels cooler. And they're like, wait, what is that? Oh, it's an eye. Aha. Who would have guessed? Oh yeah, I was doing the cool thing. I was messing with the gradient bits. Let me keep doing that. That was fun. Didn't even really get to do much with it. Alright, so we got... We got... bot. Actually, the rest of these, it's not even really going to matter. I just need to make sure that I've got the proper anchor point on each of them. Like right there-ish. And then I'll essentially just be doing the same thing that we did at the beginning. Okay, none of these dot guys. Okay. And now we should be good. Also, there's like accent balls, those are fun. I want to make sure I got echo on the... We're so close to being done. Okay. This on accent balls. And all these puppies are gonna rotate. Well, that simply won't do. does that look? Oh, that's cool looking. Those need to be above the pupil for sure. Ooh, they should at least kind of match the movement though. They're like the little floaties. Nah. Which direction does it go? Barely over there. Over here. And back to the... That's cool looking. That's a really cool sound at the very beginning of this section. Bow, bow. Alright, now to mess with the other bits. Here we go. Don't think I'm going to make a move as much as I did in the original. Rotation. Wait, where is it? I guess this way I can get a little preview of what's going on here. So we'll do like 135. Okay, now to offset these. Okay, let's watch it through one time. Scale everything up here. Second. Computer's getting angry. Okay, now I need all of this in a breakup. And set it to be a 3D layer. And zoom that sucker toward the camera. Oh, now my computer's really mad. Come on. Okay, so it pulls down too. On. India says hello. Entire country of India. welcome stream. Not be lasting much longer. I mean, come on. Do we even have to say anything like this is clearly the best one? We'll do a tiny bit of tracking. I was going to say it's not updating the visuals for some reason. So now it needs a null. And this will get sent up. Ooh. All right. God, that's good. I think that's it. I don't want to do anything else to it. That might do it. All right, cool. So we're going to say that there's going to be an adjustment layer right there. That adjustment layer last up until that point. We'll tell it to do like a 0.2. Michael says, awesome work as per usual. Good night. Keep your free keyframes spicy and your handles bezeled. Or busy 8. Absolutely will do. Hope you have a good evening. Artem says, hi Austin, it's 8 a.m. in my region and I finally can see how you will finish the work. Well, thank you. I am glad you get to be here. I was not planning on being up until midnight. Okay, we're gonna add another one here, except it's gonna be 2000. We're gonna have to add some human saturation junk to it. Maybe not that much. Okay, getting there. And then After Effects, don't do me like that. Okay, then I gotta apply the same adjustment layer here. How does it look? Woo-hoo-wee, that thing is something else. All right, and then I need like a curves adjustment on top of this. Tighten everything up a bit. That looks cool. All right. That's looking good. What do I want to do about these things? What if I just take the exact same stuff that I've already got, move it over? And then maybe just like add some extra glow specifically onto these. Blue needs some help here. All right, that's looking good. Looks pretty nice. And then the blue goes on the blue, and then these are the same. Boom. I'll answer some of the questions in the chat in just a second. I want to make sure that I get all this set up, and then we can chat it up. Pretty cool looking. And ooh, yeah, this scene's gonna be. Okay, not that much. Cool. And then on the spiral itself, that is too much. Cool. And then this scene. It looked like at the beginning. Nice. Love that. Ooh, don't crash. I haven't saved. Please don't crash. Oh my god, that would have sucked. Alright, I want some of this on these. That looks pretty nice. A little too much there now, though. Where is that? Okay, so let's do 0.01, 0.05. How does that look? That's pretty cool. Oh, that looks so nice. What? That's beautiful. I'm gonna bring down darks a little bit more than that. That looks fantastic. Wow. Ooh, need to change the color on this one. Why is it so dull? Weird. Give me the color palette and then I'll try and match this as close as I can. This. What did I have? Okay, what do I have on this? Because I want it on that first one too. It looks crazy. Okay, and then just remove this thing. Set it back to that. Oh, it's just a little bit too much, I think, but wow, does that look pretty. I mean, that part looks a little weird, but the rest of it's like Ease. All right, here we go. I gotta just add some noise to this and then we are done. Well, I guess noise and chromatic aberration, and then we're good. Okay, I'm gonna save. Add an adjustment layer. Oh, I need to go back in here and change the sound. Bring it back to 0, which means it's gonna be really loud, but it's fine. We're gonna do add grain. We're gonna call this one for shadows. The animation is gonna be 0.25, and there will be no color. Final output application. Nothing in the midtones, nothing in the highlights. Size is going to be like 0.6. And intensity will be 0.6 as well. That seems about right. Okay. I need one for colors. That's a nice looking grain. And then on the highs. God, that looks fantastic. This is 100% the best one I've ever done. It's not even close. And I thought the last one I did was my favorite one ever. This one's just great. Okay, those are looking a little hot. Bring everything in here, call it pre-chrome ab, and then duplicate it twice. Add channel mixer. Pretty good. Rackjet Red says, why do you split the comp to 3 channels? I'm adding chromatic aberration. You can see it if I really go up on like a white line or something. You can see it like splitting. Like now that I moved the top comp over like 1 pixel and then the bottom comp over 1 pixel, since those are my red and blue channels, it splits it a little bit and gives it that effect. It's kind of fun. And then anything else that I need to do to this? I don't think so. He said, I thought Deep Glow had a chromatic aberration setting. Wouldn't an adjustment layer with that on do the trick? It would, but it doesn't look quite the same. They have a different way of processing it, I think, and I just prefer how this one looks. All right, I think that's it then. I will make my comp twice as long. we will drop this in there, save, and add to media encoder queue. Ooh. Boy, that's a big one. 9 hours and 49 minutes, probably closer to like 8 hours and 45 minutes, excluding breaks that I took today. And voila, here we are. Anyway, Ronell, why are you still awake, dude? We're gonna be so tired tomorrow. And you know we got 2 projects due tomorrow that still need work. That's gonna be fun to deal with in the morning, but that's a morning me problem. All right, so, this one is intuition. 7/24/22, and it's not even the 24th anymore. It's the 25th, and I still gotta post it. Oh crap! Still gotta write copy. That's okay though. I'll write that while this is rendering, I guess. Connecting to project, reading XMP. We love to see it. That's all saved. I can close that now. I can go ahead and save my Illustrator doc. God, it looks so much better in After Effects, the final product. Oh, we really went and did the whole dang thing. All right, let me go ahead and pull up a reference for my post copy. Right, and then this one is for intuition. What's a good like intuition thing? We'll do like a thinking emoji. That'll work. And bring that back there. Okay. And then I guess I'll post it to Reels on Instagram. Back after a week off with weekly loop number 22 from stream number 11. For almost half a year. This week's theme is intuition. I often find myself second guessing my abilities, my capabilities for work and worth as a motion designer. The studio isn't my studio. Traditional arts. Cell animation. Etc. etc. So nowadays, though more and more I am finding myself confident in See, this one also took around like, I mean, I guess like 10 hours on the stream total, just like the stream running. But like, anyway, close to the longest stream that I've ever done. And yet, still this one feels so much better than that other one that I did. In every way, like I'm way happier having this be done and all sorts of stuff. Also, I'm pretty sure the whole thing's already rendered. That's insane. Let me finish writing up copy and then we'll give it a watch. This one took, we'll say like 9.5 hours, excluding breaks and stuff. And also the time I had to take concepting beforehand is included in that. Cool. And then this one is Intuition, a tricky animated loop. And we'll say, heyo. Everyone keeps making a meme that I say howdy at the beginning of every single one, so I'm sticking them with the heyo, and we'll see if anyone notices. Except for Reddit. They still get howdy r/After Effects and all that jazz. And then Twitter, get heyo. This one will be I hate that I can't give the same level of explanation and things that I would like on Twitter. There's not enough characters. All right, well, that's it. Cool. Let's take a watch through. I'll answer some questions first before we do that. Pause that. Just to leave everybody hanging for a moment while we look through this stuff. All right. Let's scroll back a little bit. Rackjet Red says, can't believe I caught your live stream, but only at the end. Well, you can always go back and watch. It is a long one, though. Also, are you planning on using or slowly introducing any 3D workflow using Blender or Cinema 4D into After Effects? Big fan, by the way. I appreciate that. And I talked about it a little bit earlier on the stream, actually, but I experimented with 3D for a little while, and I got decent enough to be able to do some stuff for client projects and whatever, but I rarely use it now. I just find it to be a little too time consuming. But maybe I'll make it a challenge in one of the next loops where I like have to make something in 3D to put into it, whether it's just like one asset or a whole scene or whatever. But yeah, we'll see. Danny says, Jesus, still alive. Yeah, somehow. Artem says, you make your magic now for 9 hours? 6 isn't enough for now? Or work more complex? So you spent more time for questions in chat? I did spend a little bit more time with chat this time, especially than last one. Last one I was really in the zone and just trying to get it done as soon as possible. But I mean, there were more people in the chat this time, and it was fun. I had a good time. And then also the work definitely was more complex. I had lots of really interesting scenes in this one that were really tricky to figure out. He says, are you exporting in H.264? Any tips on faster exporting? I mean, that seemed to be pretty quick for me. Despite how much it was chugging along on my computer while I was working on it, it seemed like it was a less than 5-minute render, which given all the effects and things is pretty good, I would say. I don't do anything special though, just 1080 wide by 1920 pixels tall and just H.264 MP4 in media encoder, that's it. Artem says, did you try Anubis by Battle Axe for the render? I haven't, but I've heard that it's very useful. Tom says, congrats man, you did it. Had to come back in to check out the last hour. Great render. You're going to feel great tomorrow when you wake up. I agree. It's going to be a good day. Lots to get done, that's for sure. And then Rackjet Red says, I usually do .mov in render queue and convert the codec from .mov to H.264 in media encoder. Interesting. That's one way to do it. And Mahmoud says, morning. Let me see that loop, sir. Where he says, bro, you're still alive. I just woke up. Well, enjoy this to wake you up for your morning. Because it's done. Here we go. It's so good, dude. What? Are you kidding me? It looks so cool. What? I'm so happy with this right now. God, 10 hours and it was so worth it. Oh, man. And a good one considering I'm probably not gonna, well, yeah, I won't be streaming this week because I end up I'm going on vacation for all of next week. So probably won't have time to stream unless miraculously I end up doing one on Friday or something. But don't get your hopes up. I don't really know, but we'll see. I'll probably have a lot more energy to keep doing these weekly once I get a vacation in. But anyway, glad to see y'all. Artem says thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you. And Rackjet Red says so smooth. Right. I'm so excited about it. Ani says heart emojis. Thank you very much. And Ronell says, whoa. Dude, Ronell, you and I got to go to bed. 12:38 a.m. more like lit o'clock. Yeah. Can we officially change 12:38 in the morning to lit o'clock? I think that's we can probably take that up with a politician or something and make that happen. Or we can just have that in like the Revie code. The Revie code of honor. 12:38 a.m. is lit o'clock. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all. I'm going to get this thing posted and go to hell to bed. It's going to be great. And then tomorrow will be a good day. Thanks again for everybody for hanging out. Be on the lookout soon for more info on the next competition that we're going to have. The next Revie challenge is going to be a really good one, I promise. And yeah, other than that, all my links and things are in the description. Project files will be up for this tomorrow morning if you'd like to purchase those, or if you're one of my members on my Gumroad. Appreciate all of you for your support and for your support throughout the last week as well. It was nice being able to take some time off from doing the loops, get a little extra rest in. But anyway, glad to see y'all. I will be seeing you soon. And be on the lookout for some more cool shenanigans in the next few days.